Hello, people. How's everybody doing tonight? Steph is the second here. We're having a wonderful Wednesday? Yeah, it's a Wednesday. I'm not normally live today, but I decided to throw an extra day into the mix because, well, my normal Tuesday stream got interrupted. Or I guess interrupt is the wrong way to phrase it. More like had to be swapped. So we decided to, or well, I decided to move my normal stream day to this. So that way I can get my multiplayer game in and still get 3 streams of Ace Attorney in this week at a minimum. I should have some time for a Saturday afternoon stream. No, because I don't think we're playing on Saturday. As far as I know, we're not. Like, my one roommate's out, and we want to keep the progress going as a group. I think. We'll see. I have to check with my roommates, see what we're doing. I don't have a Pathfinder game on Sunday. So I think the plan is going to be Sunday afternoon or Sunday evening. I'll probably do some more Ace Attorney. I think Sunday afternoon I'm gonna go make the rounds. I don't have a ton of shit to pick up, but I do want to pick a few things up. It's like I'm out of tofu and I'm out of like a couple of sauces, so I don't need a ton of things, but I do need a few things. So I didn't think anything happened today. I was sitting here trying to think if anything had actually happened. I mean, it was a work day. That's about it. I might have to go do this before we start. I might have to just go turn the AC on. Or turn it down a degree to force it to work. Because, like, I can't open the door right now because you hear my roommate jumping rope out there. And it's getting warm. Which sucks. Still happy about all the stuff we got from the Nintendo Direct. I think I'd have more stuff, but I mean, it's been less than 24 hours since y'all last saw me. And I've been at work most of the time. We did watch, my friends and I did watch the One Piece episode for the week. So we're caught up, finally. it feels like the episode we just watched was, hey, you haven't seen the main characters for 3 or 4 months now in the anime. We should remind you of what they can do. Like, it definitely feels like that's what we're running into right now, which is fine. You can do that. And in fact, you probably need to do that every once in a while if you literally haven't seen your main characters on screen because you've been in a flashback for 3 months. And not even a flashback of the main characters. It's been of other characters that they were using this like 15 to 20 episode stint to establish why we should hate the bad guys even more. And like what happened to some of the newly introduced characters and how they got to the situation they're in. I think I might just go do that now. I actually kind of need to use the bathroom as well. It sucks because we just started and we're not going to get to start because I got to go use the bathroom. But you know what? I'd rather do it now than in like 10 minutes when I'm in the middle of it. So let me just go take care of this. I'm also out of water. What the fuck? Okay, I got to go take care of everything before we start. You'd think I'd be ready, but I'm not used to doing this shit on Wednesdays. And that's going to be the reason for it. All right, give me a few minutes. I'll be right back. Enjoy the music. Stick around. All right, I'm back. You were sticking with me through that break. AC on? Unfortunately, the AC had to be down to 2 degrees instead of 1 because it thought it was. This is the problem with being in the basement. Like, our apartment's in the basement of the building. We really only have that wall exposed, and the rest of the apartment is not exposed. I just realized I left the light on in the bathroom. Hang on. So, we don't get a lot of heat, which is good in one way, but in another way, it means the AC doesn't work as well. The AC doesn't. Oh, you know what? It's on the auto, isn't it? It's on the goddamned auto. I looked over at the camera and was is like, what is going on? Like right around there. Then turn that off because you don't need it on. There we go. It means a lot of the time it isn't hot enough outside to warm it up in here to get the AC to run consistently. So you have to have the AC on way lower than we need it for a little while to get it to run. It's like we've been turning it down at night and then turning it up in the morning. Also, I'm having my pomegranate juice now because I forgot to put some in last night, even though I used all of it. And it wasn't cold in the morning, so I just completely forgot to grab it. So, got that. It's already dropped by about 1.5 degrees in my room. And we can play Ace Attorney. All right. So last time we were we ended up having to we were investigating. We found some evidence that was like, maybe Kay did it, but then it's like the evidence doesn't make sense for her to have done it based on where it was found and all this other stuff. She still has lost her memories. In the process of everything, Edgeworth said, if this is the shit that I have to do as an attorney, as a prosecutor, then you know what? Fuck it. And just turned in his prosecutor's badge and said, this is my resignation. And just fucking walked off. We found Kay hiding in the tree on the top of the building that she fell from. And we were like, okay, we need to look up here and see if we can figure out what the hell happened. We ended up discovering that there is an extra floor above what is supposed to be the top floor of the building where the PIC's new place is. And I'm like, well, that doesn't make any sense. And so we went inside because we found a hatch that looked down. And it's like, oh, you know what? Kay probably fell down the hatch in here. And we found a room that has evidence from damn near every single case that Edgeworth has worked on in his career. Some of them very recent cases. And they look like they are being sold at an auction, which is like even weirder. So there is some shit going on in this case. And I will tell you, for a little while at the very beginning of this, I thought this was going to be the throwaway case. I thought this was going to be the case that just ended up not being good. But that doesn't seem to be the case. That seems to be, Well, it seems to be some shit's going on, and we got to figure out what's going on with that. So. Oh, that's right. She's here. And supposedly she saw everything. From what she has told us, there was an auction that happened last night where they were selling off some of the items in here. So who knows what that's actually going to boil down to. But the important thing is, at least at the moment, the murder weapon appears to have come from here. And we know that Kay was here because she had a mask that absolutely looks like it belongs in here. Which is really bad for our situation right now, because Kay will have fallen down into the area where the murder weapon came from, which is not good. So yeah, we got to figure this out. That's unfortunately going to require us to talk to this lady. A lot of heart. Black market dealings in the Grand Tower? I guess I really hit the mother lode this time. Were all the items in the auction pieces of evidence? There was some normal stuff too, like stolen art and the like. I wouldn't consider stolen art to be normal. But I reckon the evidence here, it was the star of the show. These folks are law fanatics. They're trying to get their hands on the latest goods from the police. Wait. So that's what you wanted to get pictures of, Miss Hart? Pretty much. They were meeting right under this very storeroom, so I watched them from up here. You said you were here since yesterday. Did you witness the entire event? It was a black market auction after all. They followed fairly detailed procedure. First, the participants entered the storeroom from the viewing platform, one at a time. When they got in, they took one of these masks on the wall over there. The funny thing about those masks, they're all equipped with voice changers, itty bitty noise, itty bitty ones. That way they wouldn't be recognized. They wanted to protect their, what was it, what's she call it? Anonymity? You mean their anonymity? Yeah, that's it. Anonymity. Why not just say identity and make it easier for all of us? If you put it on the mask, they go down the lift. Next fella would come right in. On the way back, it was that exact same thing, but in reverse. They come up one by one and return the mask and headed up out the storeroom. Oh, that's right. Also, Emma's back. In case I forgot, because I didn't mention that. Well, that's pretty thorough. So this way they could walk through with the mask on. Take a look at everything. No, because I just started. Like, unless you got here like 10 seconds ago, Tacos, which, good to see you. How you doing? The only thing we've learned is that the way that the masks on the shelf were not just decoration; they were actually part of the auction, and the way that these people that were participating in the auction kept their identity secret. Because they would get a mask, they would walk through the area, note down anything they wanted to bid on, and like what the starting price was going to be, and then went down, and no one was in the room at the same time as anybody else. And then they did it in reverse, where they came back up and put the masks on the shelf one at a time. So we're seeing what the hell is happening, because I don't know yet. How many participants were there? 11 people altogether. I counted them. I counted each of them as they made their way down. Okay, what happened? I'll have you know I wasn't just laid up behind the statue the entire time. Well then, where were you in the beginning? The beginning? Well, don't you worry about that, about that, you hear? Wait, so she was hiding behind the statue the entire time? I watched the folks coming in while lurking in the shadows, all secret agent like.
Heard to sell. Secret agents like to lurk in the shadows.
And then they used that lift over there to get down to the auction site. After they all went down, I watched the whole thing from the lift. Did that lift stay down the entire time? Nah, it came back up, but there's a tiny gap there in the floor. There's a bit of space between the floor and the lift platform, you see, so I could just about see everything that was going on down there. Then, did you see the person who was conducting the auction? Well, yeah, you betcha I did. What kind of stories would it be if I didn't know who the conductor was? The conductor, huh? That's gonna require some extra details. Do you have any more information about the so-called conductor? You know, I came here to get me a scoop. What makes you think I'll give up my info to you all willy-nilly? Basically, what you're saying is you don't know.
Ah, I see. So that's why she won't answer.
What can I say? Couldn't even tell how old they were, if they were a guy or gal. Can you tell me what that person was wearing at the time? They had on a white jacket with a purple flower, and they were wearing white gloves. But you know, that don't mean much when I have no earthly idea who they really were. Oh, we know who they are.
So the conductor's identity was hidden, just like the participants?
That's right. They had a mask and a voice changer on just like everyone else. What kind of mask did this person wear? It was, the Zervan mask, I reckon. Zervan? What in blazes is that supposed to be?
Mr. Edgeworth, don't you know about Zervan? He's a sworn enemy of the Globahiri Onyakopan. Zervan, the ruler of time. Seriously, who hasn't heard of him?
Most people, I'd imagine. Since the conductor wore a mask, and I assume you were not able to see their face? Not even a teeny weeny bit. Not even, and after all this way, I came for my big scoop. This whole story's turning out to be nothing but fool's gold. Yeah, we know where that thing came from. That set of clothes seems familiar. Perhaps I should show her a new piece of evidence. Do I have a thing that's specifically a picture? I guess it would be this. So the conductor wore a white jacket with a purple flower and white gloves? That's right. They sure look spiffy for a criminal mastermind. It's hard. Does it look anything like this? Hey, that's it. That's the conductor. Hold your horses. Are you telling me the conductor's dead? She's the victim of a case we're investigating.
Her name is Jo Crane. Have you heard of her?
Can't say I have. She was a lady, huh? What kind of gal dresses like that? She gets her kicks by fooling me into thinking she's a guy? I doubt that was her intention to deceive you. Setting that aside, we've established something of major importance. The victim was the conductor in a black market auction. I see. And the conductor was killed. That might explain. What might that explain, Miss Hart? No. It's nothing honest.
Miss Hart, you clearly sounded suspicious just now.
And I'm telling you I ain't. Can't be. Sorry, were you trying to say something? No, I ain't. I ain't said nothing.
Please don't be like that. Just tell us.
How many times do I gotta tell you all? Y'all, I'm a journalist. Information is what pays the bills. I can't just go around spouting everything I know. I've already said too much. I got nothing left for it to say for y'all.
Then, what if I've got some fingerprints for you?
What good'll that'll do me? I don't want none of your dusty old prints. Why don't you two follow my example and do some investigating on your own?
I guess she won't tell us anything.
Well, not to worry, Emma. Just leave that to me. I have a certain method of drawing out information from those who wish to hide it. If my opponent's lips are sealed, I'll be the one to unseal them. Let us begin. Ooh, give me that logic chess. I'm gonna destroy her. First, let's analyze my opponent's demeanor. She seems agitated.
I ain't telling you nothing, so quit wasting your time.
Rather impatient. She's trying to cut off the conversation. Let's be careful with her. And with my time. I won't have long to consider my responses. I'm almost certain that she's hiding something from me. That's where I'll begin my attack. Now, time for the first move. Don't you think you're overreacting a bit? Just calm down and...
I'm always calm. Now leave me alone.
Who's waiting here, dude?
A real journalist always keeps her cool.
Speaking of journalists, I have something interesting to tell you. A few days ago, I met another self-proclaimed journalist. She spoke with an accent quite similar to your own.
She spoke like me? Well, then maybe it was.
This is another wait. Oh, it's not.
Y'all ain't saying nothing. I ain't saying nothing either.
Passive. Oh, God. His heart is getting increasingly impatient, so she's trying to cut off the conversation. Must be careful with my time. I have long to consider my responses. Oh, wow. You do not have a lot of time. I'm going with your sister. Haven't you realized yet? I have you cornered. What? Oh, this is the first time we're gonna get blasted by this. They really like give you almost no time for this one. Smart.
Had enough of your time wasting shenanigans. You best skedaddle now.
I've never failed one of these before. I've never run out of time with one of these before. Okay, what does it look like when it's... Do I just go straight back in? I can't give up now. I have to stand my ground. Like, this one is like, you literally do not have a lot of time to do this. Alright. Alright, so then Nicole Swift. Oh, she did have a distinct way of speaking. I forgot about her. One very much like your own. Furthermore, she said she had a mentor. Oh. Well, shit. Okay. I love this shit. 100% pomegranate juice. I get this shit at the local farmer's market. And it's at a really good price. I bought, what, 3 months of it? 3 months supply of this shit the last time I went there? Or 3 box supply of it, which is like, if I'm drinking a box a day, it's about a month per box. But this is back in like February or something. It was a while ago. And I'm just now getting to the end of the 3rd case. So I guess it would have been March, maybe? I don't know when I did it. I just know it was before I got vaccinated. It was like one of the last things I did before I got vaccinated where I was really annoyed. Yeah. Like, I don't know if any of you have ever had like Palm Wonderful, I think is the name of the brand. It has like the Palm Wonderful stuff. I don't know what they do to it, but it's got this like slightly bitter aftertaste to it. This shit doesn't have. And I don't understand why. Not to mention the fact this is like half the price of Palm Wonderful that you can get, even if you buy that shit at Costco. Could she be referring to you?
Oh, so you know Nicole? Well, ain't that a funny little coincidence? Where'd y'all meet?
Wait.
No, stop trying to get me to spill the beans. Oh, that was a close call.
If she lets her guard down when she talks about Miss Swift, that'd be useful. I want you to tell me everything you know right now.
No way, Jose. I ain't spilling my guts to someone I had no connection with.
You say I have no connection with you, Miss Hart. But don't we have a mutual acquaintance with your apprentice?
Well, that's... I reckon it'd be mighty cruel of me. To give Nicole's friend the cold shoulder.
Then why don't you share with us what you know?
Well, when you put it like that, I guess I could let you in on my scoop. No, I ain't falling for your nasty tricks. No, sir.
Your scoop?
No, just forget it. It ain't nothing important.
Such a slip of the tongue. It's hardly becoming of a journalist. You have a scoop, don't you? Now tell us what it is.
No, all right, y'all, you got me. I had me a perfect scoop, but I ain't telling you what it is. I must tell the whole story to the publisher.
The information she's hiding could be vital to the investigation. Make her talk. Next, I'll press her on the contents of her scoop. She may be quick to lose her temper, but she's even quicker to loosen her tongue. She may not be a difficult opponent. Now, to extract the information I need. Unlike a lot of people who Edgeworth has done this to, and none of them realize that he's basically smooth talking their way into the information he wants out of them. It's impressive for Lotta, to be honest. Does your story pertain to an incident of some kind?
Well, I mean, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't.
It's hardly a clear answer.
Why are you always hollering at me? I ain't done nothing wrong. I just snuck in to do some investigative reporting.
I'm gonna wait. Oh, it's... Wow! Okay. You get so much penalty for doing that. All right. You didn't do anything wrong. That's a bold statement, considering you're currently trespassing on private property.
Hey, you're doing it too. Well, I guess prosecutors got the right to investigate wherever they please.
I shouldn't mention anything about the current state of my employment.
There are far worse people in the world, you know. I reckon I'm a saint compared to folks who'll murder.
Considering what you just mumbled, is it possible your scoop has something to do with the murder incident?
Hey, I was only talking in general terms just now. I mean, anyone look like a bag of roses compared to a murderer, right?
It sounds like you're just making excuses to me.
All I did was gather info on the black market auction. Murder incident? I don't know anything about that. I ain't seen or heard nothing.
Yeah. And Edgeworth was in there, but I think she was more focused on like, well, actually, was Edgeworth in the room during the trial? I can't remember if they keep the defendant in the court while they are trying them. Like, if they're not testifying, do they go anywhere in the room? Do they go somewhere? Do they put them somewhere? I don't actually know the answer to this. But I was just thinking about that. I'm like, wait, where do they go? Do they go? Do we need to worry about that? Or is that something that normally happens? She was definitely in there, and they have a right to listen to their own trial. Oh yeah, I guess there is like I think now that I'm thinking about it, I'm pretty sure there is like a little spot where the defendant can sit, because we've had situations where the defendant like gets up and makes a stink when they interrupt somebody else's testimony. So they're in the room, and it's not like they burst into the room or anything like that. So, but at the same time, I don't know if I trust Lotta's memory. I don't know if I trust her like memory of something that happened 6 months ago, let alone a couple of years back. And it's also possible she wasn't anywhere near Edgeworth when this was happening. She might have been like, thinking on it, I think the defendant sits behind the the podium where whoever's testifying happens to be talking. So she might not have just seen his ass. I don't know. Either way, this just shows that Lotta doesn't have the best memory. I don't have enough clues to proceed with this line of questioning. Maybe I should try another line of attack. Ooh. Does this scoop of yours have something to do with the black market auction?
What are you talking about? I don't know nothing about that.
Weren't you in the middle of infiltrating the black market auction? The only logical conclusion is that your story has something to do with it.
You ain't getting any answers from me. I didn't hear nothing.
You didn't hear what exactly? Did you hear something during the auction?
No, that's... I just heard a weird sound, that's all. It ain't even worth mentioning in my article. Just forget about it.
There's no question. Something happened during the black market auction. You heard a strange sound. We used clue. We do not have a lot of time for this. Yeah, here we go. Didn't you say you heard something strange during the auction? If it stuck out to you so much, it must have been a sound that you would not it must not have been a sound that you would hear normally. For example, the scream of a murder victim?
Yeah. How do you keep figuring out everything so quick? That's right. I stumbled upon a murder in the middle of my stakeout. But please, don't make me say any more. This is the biggest scoop I've had in a while.
The murder that she overheard. It's most likely the same incident we are currently investigating. This is bound to be crucial information. I'll finish this by confirming the credibility of her information. There's nowhere left to run. Time to deal with the final blow. Did you really stumble upon a murder?
Y'all calling me a liar? It's fighting words.
Well, she's agitated. We want to just let her hang herself here.
I'm a bona fide journalist. I never publish lies in my articles. Faster and more accurate than anyone. That's my motto.
Her motto, huh? Tell me what you know about the murder incident.
Well, my memory ain't what it used to be. Not much I can talk about, and I ain't the most attentive gal in the world, you see?
Right away. I'd hardly expect a bona fide journalist to be so inattentive. Didn't you just say your motto is to be faster and more accurate than anyone?
Well, that's...
As I expected, the credibility of your information is suspect.
But I know what I heard. I even got proof.
You have proof? How is that possible? Explain yourself at once.
I got me some wait, you heard that? Well, I was just talking to myself. Y'all just go on and pay no mind.
She's still hiding something. We're getting a little bit better with this one. Tell me the truth. I know you're hiding something from me still.
I ain't got nothing to hide from nobody. I already done told you everything I know.
Isn't there something you haven't told me yet? You have evidence regarding the incident you witnessed. Something definitive enough to publish in an article.
Ah! What in tarnation? Let me off the hook already. Fine, I'll tell you everything. I'll even show you the photo I took if you stop harassing me. That's good. Is that good enough for y'all?
Checkmate. I didn't know this would heal you if you at the end of it. I had no idea. I have learned. That was actually a hard logic chess. If only because it didn't give you enough time. It didn't give you enough time to think. Or you didn't have enough to, like, unlike the other ones where you had like a second or two to kind of ponder your answer, you had to be like, that, and just go. You did not have enough time to really go for it. I'm honestly surprised this is the first one I failed, considering that some of the other ones have had like a little bit weirder logic, but this one actually was kind of loopy because it was like a, what, 3-4 stages, something like that?
I lost. I really lost. The mouth of the South has been defeated.
Now then, it's time to come clean. Tell me everything you know.
Bow. I was watching the auction, gathering info for my story.
You didn't just watch, though. You got shocking photos, too, right?
A little while after the auction started, someone won a bid and the conductor banged the gavel. Someone hollered, "We'll finish this deal upstairs," or something like that. That ain't good, I thought to myself, so I hurried back to hide behind the statue.
Did you see whoever came up?
Not quite, but I reckon the feather came up after was the winner of the bid. I could smell the buttery aroma of big fat wads of cash.
How can the name Mouth of the South be considered a tight-lipped name? I don't know. I don't know. That one, I had to stop myself from saying something about that because that don't sound right. There's like so many ways you could take that sentence and be like, oh, and just go from there. So, ugh. You know what I just thought about? I'm talking about doing this trip run on the weekend. What's the weather going to be like over the weekend? What are we looking at? Fuck. Of course it's going to rain on Sunday. So bitch. That sucks. The current weather prediction is like 60% for Sunday rain. That sucks ass. It's supposed to rain on Saturday and Sunday. God damn. I still need to plan a sequence. So, complete unrelated side note, whatever you want to call it. We have a coffee table that we used that was like a pretty big, it got a lot of use for us in our old apartment. But in the current apartment, we don't really have a use for it because if we were to put it down, I swear I would bang my shins into that at least once a week. Because unfortunately, from where my room is to the kitchen, you have to walk straight through the living room. And the configuration of the couches would put that table literally right in front of me. So we don't use it. But it's still a really nice counter. It's still a really nice table. It's just it's like solid wood. We just don't use it anymore. So at some point, I was going to take it home. Because I'm pretty sure it fits in the trunk of my car. But like the last time I went to, when I went home at the beginning of the month, I forgot to put it in the trunk of my car. So it's just sitting there. And I need at some point to convince my dad to come up here and have, Honestly, it's probably gonna be we're gonna go to lunch somewhere, and then he's gonna take this thing off. I don't know where we're gonna have lunch. It's not like it's not like we're starved for places around here. Not that far from a major like downtown area where there's any kind of food you could think of. So it's really just gonna be like, hey, where you want to go to eat? And then wherever we go, it's my treat because he's coming up to get this shit for me, if that's the case. But yeah, I gotta figure out how am I gonna do that, or when we're gonna do that at some point. But yeah. How the fuck did I get on this tangent? Oh, I was looking at weather. Okay, yeah, I see how I got there. I literally lost the connecting points of how I got on this thing because I started off actually at a random point of being like, what's the weather going to be like this weekend? Buttery aroma. Can't imagine that at all. I've never used butter in my life. It's margarine or bust.
I reckon this room is where a lot of bidders pointed up the dough for their purchases. Two of them talked for a while.
Wait, was the second person in the storeroom?
You betcha. I reckon it was the conductor. And then out of nowhere, one of them started screaming. Almost scared my britches off. I rolled myself up into a ball and kept laying low.
So you witnessed the actual murder and it happened in this room?
Well, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say I witnessed it, but I definitely heard it though.
Did you try and stop him?
Yeah. Just stop right there. That ain't even funny. What's a dainty little thing like me gonna do?
Dainty?
After that, I heard some rustling and bustling. The whole time I was really regretting coming here. Something fierce.
Well, I mean, yeah, that makes sense, I guess.
But nothing gets away a lot of heart in her photos. This was my big scoop. Ain't no way I'm gonna let it slip away. A bit later, I heard this loud thud. I figured it was my last chance to snap a photo from behind the statue.
Well, would you show us the photos, please?
Oh, why do I have to?
This is
the person in the red raincoat who attacked Kay.
person in the red raincoat assaulted the victim in the storeroom and attacked Kay on the roof? There's only one person in this photo. Where's the victim?
Yeah, about that. I thought it was strange too. I just swore there were two of them, but when I looked, there was only one. But that's gotta be the killer, don't you reckon?
You're saying the victim disappeared? You were able to tell this person was the culprit just by looking?
Their hand was stained bright red, so I figured it was them.
What happened to the auction after the murder?
Well, nothing really. It just went on like normal. I guess those rich folks didn't give a hoot. They got some nerve.
The nerve of a journalist is nothing to scoff at either. Wait, what? Hang on. Can we take a look at this for a second? Black market auction was being held. 11 people attended. The auction continued even after Jill Crane's murder. Okay, it doesn't have anything on there that was the thing I was hoping it would be. All right. Let's see if we can't do some logic bombing here. Okay, Does this connect? Yes, it does. We assume that the murder took place in the storeroom, then we must conclude that the body was here as well.
Huh? Isn't that pretty obvious?
Do you remember how the participants left the auction?
Of course, they'd passed through the storm on the way back from the auction. Ah!
Exactly. The culprit had to hide the body so that the participants wouldn't discover it. The real question is, where was the body hidden? That's a good question. Where the fuck in this room are you gonna hide a body? Emma, would you mind lending me a hand?
Leave it to me. What do you want me to do?
Let's see. Use your luminol reagent to test for blood reactions. If you would, please.
Okay, just let me show you the power of science.
I think your eye is getting brighter by the second. This is dangerous.
Let's start by examining the ladder over there. Based on Miss Hart's picture, the person in the red raincoat headed towards that ladder. Chances are something will turn up if we check it there. Just touch anything you want to examine. If you do that, you'll be able to spray a luminol reagent at it. If there's a blood stain on the spot like this where you spray, you get a reaction. Even so, I wonder how many times I see blood stains. They're always so gruesome. There's a blood reaction here, but it's kind of faint. Let's spray with luminol 2 or 3 more times. It'll be nice and clear. You can see it clearly now. It's even more gruesome than before. You understand how to look for blood stains now? Probably a few more blood stains here, so why don't you give it a try, Mr. Edgeworth? Okay.
I was hoping that I wouldn't have to, but I gotta step away again. So, give me a few minutes, and we'll come back and we'll start spraying some luminol. All right? All right. Be right back.
Never, and I've got to make my decision. This time it could be my moment. Is this a mirage or a chance to fulfill my mission? A river in a dry land, the left is in a lost end. A heartbeat for a demon, always is in a strange land. I'm given the balance, but I'm standing on razor's edge now. What quick, all my life is over. One strike just a vein, then I'm out of his field of vision. Don't ask why I'm ready, but I'm ready to strike him down now. I just saw the new stars, there's no time for indecision. A river in a dry land, the left is in a lost head. When I hop off new beginnings, burn out these.
Hey, I'm back. I noticed something really weird in my bathroom earlier, or just a minute ago. So my bathroom, since I have the master bathroom, I have a fucking long ass counter for the bathroom, which honestly, it's not needed. You could literally cut the counter space of my bathroom in half, and I wouldn't care. There would be nothing of value would be lost. Because for whatever reason, even though it's the master bathroom, there's only one sink. But the counter space is long enough that they could have two sinks. So I just kind of look at it and go, why is it done like this? But that's the thing I noticed. Above my mirror is like the bathroom lights. The center one earlier today was out. And I just kind of looked at it and was like, well, when the fuck did that thing go out? Well, that sucks. Okay, I guess I'm not going to worry about replacing it now. Maybe if we get more of them, I'll call the leasing office and be like, hey, these need to be replaced. But my leasing office has already been kind of weird about replacing lights in the bathroom. Just now, as I was washing my hands, I look up and go, it's back on. Well, which one's the real situation? Is it dead or is it actually alive again? I can see that it's on, but was it ever really off? Or did some like weird thing happen and just decided, oh, I'm not going to turn it on this time, but now I will? What? Very, very confusing. What's that? Right to the top. All right, let's jump back in and figure out where we can get some luminol reactions. Nothing on those. Down there. I mean, it's gonna be the ladder, but like.
Let's search the rest of the storeroom for bloodstains, just like that. First, let's look for a place and spray the luminol reagent. Okay, so my first reaction is here. You want to examine this spot? Because this certainly looks like a place where fucking... yeah. I'm just like, this looks like a place to hide a body. Mr. Edgeworth, there's a bloodstain here too.
However, why is there a bloodstain in a place like this?
Maybe something that had blood on it was stored inside? Mr. Edgeworth, there are places we still haven't checked yet. Let's continue our investigation. Alright, well, next is this place. Unfortunately, there were no reactions here. Ooh, that's convenient of them. I was gonna say that also gives up the goat that there were. If she comes back and tells us there's no bloodstains, then it kind of gives it away that, like. You can't spray luminol on people.
Yes, of course, I knew that. Trying to.
Mr. Edgeworth, I didn't find anything there, you know? Mr. Edgeworth, there's a reaction. It's a blood stain. But why in a place like this?
Perhaps this is where the murder took place.
Ah, it did look like some of the blood dripped down to the floor below. Looks like we found all the bloodstains in the storeroom.
Oh, that's the wrong button. We want that one. Seems we've investigated the storeroom sufficiently. Ba-bow. Can I help with something? Not at the moment. Just checking to see if you thought anything new. Oh man, Uncle Ray's heart's pounding up a storm. Oh, we already read this one. Okay. Well then, what the fuck? Oh, we're looking at this again? Do you have something new, Lotta? Is it a logic bomb? Okay. Easy enough. Easy enough logic bomb. Not to mention the fact it's literally the only two we have, but... The reason why we found a blood stain in the costume trunk is because the murderer hid the body in that box.
I wonder who won the bid for it. I mean, the trunk, I mean.
That... I don't know. In a certain way, everything is working out as someone wanted.
Hold it. It could have been in that dress box.
Why not?
When I first came down here, that box caught my eye too. It was just the right size. It would have made the perfect hiding spot. That's what I thought anyway. But I couldn't get in I could get the dang thing open. It'd been wrapped up real tight with a locked chain. Murder happened after that, so hiding a body in there would have been impossible, you know.
A chain wrapped around it? Well, that's a bit strange. Right now, it doesn't seem to be locked up at all.
Huh? Well, that's weird. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me or something.
And with that, I believe we've examined everything there is to examine here.
Well, then let's head on down.
Oh, have we decided our next destination? Hey, Kay.
Yes, Mr. Shields?
We wouldn't want you to get lost, so make sure you stay real close to Uncle Ray, okay?
Right. I'll follow you closely, Mr. Shields.
These two, since when did they get along like that? Okay, this can't be good. We're about to bring Kay down to where probably everybody else is still investigating. April 5th, 7:43 p.m., Grand Tower PIC meeting room. Mr. Edgeworth. I see. This is where it comes down to. This place is.
Is this the auction hall?
No, it's the meeting room from before.
How nice of you to drop in, Kay Faraday. You got some guts. Hey, you guys, arrest her, arrest her. Wait, Kay is. As for the rest of the riffraff, just show them out the door.
This is tyranny.
Yeah, it's tyranny, pal. Miles, this is kind of bad. I don't know why we brought her down here.
The light of justice shines above me. Ow!
Why me too?
Oh, that's strange. I was aiming for the weak ex-prosecutor.
You were clearly aiming at me.
Maybe something got in my way, particularly.
Yeah.
Right around there.
Francesca.
Just what do you think you're doing here, ex-prosecutor Miles Edgeworth?
I don't believe that Kay is the culprit behind this incident anymore.
You're just an ordinary man without investigation rights. What you say does not matter. I am Francesca von Karma. I will never stop moving forward. However, you chose to quit. The outcome of our battle has already been decided.
Well, I cast away my badge because it became a millstone around my neck. I shall continue moving forward even without it. The path I walk will surely lead to the truth. My actions are driven by that belief, and that is something which will never change.
So you're saying you found a path to the truth? Then show it to me. But if that path proves to be a foolish one, it will not survive my whip.
Oh, we're going against her this time. Okay.
The victim used her keycard and entered this room with the culprit. Then the culprit stabs the victim in the chest with the candelabra, killing her. Shouldn't the letter make it obvious who the culprit is? She was literally not paying attention to any of the points we made about the letter and how the fact that it was found in the left breast pocket where the stab happened, so she couldn't have left it there. Of course, the crime scene was right here in this room, the PIC meeting room. The proof is the bloodstain we found here in the meeting room. That settles it, Miles Edgeworth. I know what I'm pointing to. Miss Von Karma seems really confident, doesn't she?
I see. And she's a fiery one, isn't she? I don't mind a feisty cutie. How about an introductory hug?
How repulsive. Well, Miles Edgeworth, can you break my logic? If you truly have no intentions of stomping here, prove it to me with evidence.
Oh, very well. I'll show you, Francesca. The evidence that paves my path. God, it's so much nice. Like, I know I talked about this for a while, but I cannot believe how fucking nice it feels to have my hair short again. To have my hair trimmed way down. Like, I've seen what my hair does when it gets, like, when I don't cut it for a year and a half. I don't want to let it get to that again if I don't have to. But only if I don't have to. Was there nothing suspicious about the security system?
The meeting room security is perfect, much like my logic. There's no room for doubt.
Your logic isn't as perfect as you think. In any case, your opinion has not changed.
Yes, the victim and the culprit entered the room together.
The victim's wounds matched up with the candelabra.
The victim's chest was pierced in 3 places simultaneously by a sharp metal object. Is there anything else that could have done such a thing? That should be written in Dr. Young's autopsy report.
You're sure the murder weapon was the candelabra? Why is he going on that line? Okay, I guess he's just sort of poking holes in her logic. All right.
Exactly. As for who the culprit is,
We sort of already proved that the letter was fake, but sure. Do you have anything to confirm that the letter was sent by Kay directly? Like, actually by her?
are you proposing that this was forged by the real criminal? That possibility was dismissed some time ago. There were no traces of forgery on the letter. Of course, there were no other traces besides Kay Faraday and the victim found on the letter.
Are you saying you found Kay's fingerprints on that letter?
The only fingerprints we found belonged to the victim.
In other words, you can't really say that Kay's the culprit here.
Didn't I say that the possibility of a forgery has been dismissed? The letter was originally sent by Kay Faraday. Therefore, it's only natural to assume that she is the culprit.
Do you have any proof that the crime took place in this room?
Von Karma is perfect in every way. Perhaps you forgot that when you gave up your badge. Wow, that's literally the only thing she says there?
How weak! Have we determined who the blood actually belongs to?
The blood analysis confirmed that it belonged to the victim.
Just the blood stain was found here. Doesn't mean this was the scene of the crime.
You forget, Miles Edgewood, that in court, evidence is everything. If you believe this room is not the crime scene, show me the evidence that proves it.
Evidence that shows where the crime took place. Well, we may not be in court, but I'll show her the truth.
This Von Karma isn't showing any openings.
That's what you think. There's one fact that we know, and she doesn't.
We're not the only ones who can perform a scientific investigation.
Analyze the proof, the path to the truth I've found. Okay, it's either this one or it's the other one, but...
Objection!
If memory serves me correctly, the blood in the meeting room was found in front of the statue of Lady Justice, was it not?
To murder someone before Lady Justice, this culprit knows no fear.
I wonder about that. Hey, look at this piece of evidence. Blood was found in the storeroom right above this meeting room. As you can see, there are signs that it had dripped down onto the floor below. And right under the hidden lift is,
Statue of Lady Justice.
well then you understand. The murder didn't take place here. The killer murdered the victim in the storeroom and then moved the body to this room. What Lady Justice witnessed was a coward trying to conceal their crime, and not the moment of the murder. Well, that's not a good reaction. She's smiling?
Pardon me, I just remembered a conversation quite similar to this one. As I expected, Miles Edgeworth, such naivete could not possibly be an act.
How is Mr. Edgeworth naive? Come on now. Yeah.
Have you forgotten? Or are you just playing the foolish fool? The amount of blood in the meeting room is clearly greater than the storeroom.
Please just don't hit me and then ignore me. Ah!
Such a large amount of blood could not have simply dripped from the floor above. And even if it had, there should have been much more blood left behind in the storeroom. The murder could not have occurred anywhere other than this meeting room.
As predictable as ever, Francesca.
What?
The difference in the amount of blood is just as you say. The question is, why does such a difference exist?
That issue is trivial. I've already explained away with my perfect logic. Just put it like right over his head. I usually try to move that thing off because you guys can actually see it because I'm window capturing, but I always forget about that.
In this case, how do you explain that the blood that was found in the storeroom? I don't suppose you're going to tell me that it was somehow sprayed all the way up there?
Like water from a fountain? No way.
Exactly. It's impossible. Yes, use his naive ass against her. It's impossible. In other words, the reason for the difference in the amount of blood is... blood and the difference in the meeting room or storeroom are different because...
Isn't that not it? Wouldn't she have been like stabbed here and then carried up in the lift? Okay, and I got the wrong idea in my head. Oh. Duh. I read that first one wrong. I don't know what I thought that meant the first time I saw it, but it wasn't that they pulled it out of the body down here.
The victim died of a stab wound. Naturally, there would be a significant amount of blood loss.
That's obvious just from looking at the blood stain.
That's so weird. She was attacked in the storeroom, but there was less blood found there than... Ah!
She's getting a fucking exercise over here. Silence, you thought-right prosecutor.
But I'm the best. Ah!
Do you know when you lose the most blood after getting stabbed with a sharp object?
Ah! It's when the sharp object's pulled out, right?
Precisely. After being stabbed with the candelabra, the body was moved to the meeting room. And the murder weapon was pulled out right here in this very room. That would account for the difference in the amount of blood that was left behind.
Then why would the culprit go through all that trouble?
Most likely to give the impression that the murder occurred in the meeting room. It seems Miss Crane's keycard was used last night. Based on the time of use, it must have been a ploy by the culprit to mislead us. In all likelihood, it was the culprit who used the keycard to enter the meeting room.
Why would the culprit have needed to do that?
Perhaps they feared that the storeroom would be found out during the investigation? If they were involved in the auction...
Oh, this is a good spot, because she's going to go, what auction? What is that? What? No, there's no auction. What are you talking about?
They would not want it they would not want it to have become public.
Bum, bum.
The auction, you say?
Oh, maybe you should go upstairs and see for yourself what items are on display. I'm sure that will allow you to understand what occurred here.
Impressive, Miles Edgeworth. You're willing to go that far to protect her?
There's something big lurking behind the scenes of this case. Kay simply got caught up in it.
You're exaggerating.
Am I now? More than anyone, I would think you'd understand the significance behind all this. Why would you, a prosecutor working with Interpol, be involved in a domestic case? Wasn't your objective to crush a certain international smuggling ring? If your search for smuggled goods has led you here, isn't this feeling I have related to this case?
I'm relieved you haven't lost your touch even though you've turned in your badge. I've heard about your situation. From Scruffy over there.
Sorry, sir. I kind of just wanted to help out somehow. A wise decision, detective.
Francisca, you're the one in charge of this case. Isn't Interpol pursuing the black market auction?
I doubt if I am. That's not something you need to know.
So you knew about all this from the very beginning. You knew the black market auction was being held right here.
Hey, mind if I butt in? About that gal who turned up dead. You! Hey, I ain't done talking yet. Ah! You ain't changed a lick.
This case doesn't even need a fragment of your faulty testimony.
What are you saying? I'm a bona fide judge. Ow!
Back then, gave her false testimony. This one Karma seems to really dislike Lana.
I can't say she's fond of her.
Ain't that Crane gal one of the PIC members? She's a spitting image of the conductor. I reckon she's... Ow! She done did it again. She hit me again.
What is the meaning of this? Answer me, Miles Edgeworth.
From Miss Hart's testimony, we obtained a description of what the conductor was wearing, and it matches what the victim, Jill Crane, was wearing.
You mean to say the one who was murdered was the conductor?
Miss Von Karma? Maybe you should come to... Ah!
It would seem that a new fact has just been brought to light. Indeed, I came here in pursuit of the black market auction, in order to arrest the organizer of the event, in other words, the conductor.
If we believe Miss Hart's testimony, then the conductor's already dead. Wouldn't this mean that your investigation is ended in vain? She's not gonna like them words.
That's right. However, I swear on my name that I will not return empty-handed. I challenge you, Miles Edgeworth.
Challenge is fine, but what now? Why is she readying her whip like she's out for a victim of her own? Scruffy, duck and cover. Just duck and cover.
I will concede your argument. The murder occurred in the storeroom, correct? That would mean the culprit is someone who participated in the auction. If that photographer is correct, the victim was the conductor and the culprit was a customer. The culprit waited for the victim in the storeroom, where the goods were delivered. Then, they stabbed the victim in the chest with the candelabra in the storeroom. That is all. I trust you have no objections.
Oh, about that. That is not the case, because there's a hole in your testimony there.
As expected, Mr. Edgeworth, I didn't notice anything at all. Well then, please settle this with one blow.
Yes, of course. I watch as I crush her logic. You were surprisingly quick to concede.
I simply cannot deny facts that are backed by evidence. That is all. You have proven that the murder occurred in the storeroom.
The culprit participated in the auction. I'd like to hear your basis for this claim.
When I spoke with the staff of this building, not a single one mentioned the storeroom. The storeroom's existence must have only been known to a select few.
And that's where the items for the auction were being stored.
I see you understand. Yes, the culprit participated in the auction.
So you're saying the victim was the auction's conductor?
Right. And the culprit.
Hey, ain't you the one told me? Ain't the one who told? Ain't you the one who told her that just a moment ago?
Yes. Right. However, I was just simply making sure her logic is clear.
Well, that ain't right. You're doing it wrong. This is the part where you're supposed to say, I done goofed.
The culprit was a customer participating in the black market auction.
One tarnation? Now you've done it, don't cover for him.
Of course, that is if this photographer's testimony is indeed true.
So whether they're on good or bad terms at this point.
The issue here is the culprit's actions.
Miss Hart was in the storeroom at the time. Had the culprit really been waiting there?
I don't know where she was hiding, but since you've seen it, you must know as well. There are numerous hiding places in that storeroom.
So the culprit was hiding while they were waiting for the victim to arrive?
I believe the crime occurred after the auction ended. After all, the victim was the organizer of the auction, the conductor. During the auction, the organizer would have to be in front of the customers the entire time.
After the auction ended? Please add that statement to your testimony.
I believe the crime occurred after the auction ended.
The victim was killed after the auction ended? Are you certain of that?
The victim was the conductor. That is the only possibility. Without the conductor, the auction couldn't have been held.
The auction couldn't have been held, huh? Something in that testimony seems odd. The candelabra in the storeroom? How do you know that?
If the murder weapon had been prepared in advance, the victim's chest would have been stabbed with something completely different. Based on the culprit's actions, it's clear where the murder weapon came from. There were signs suggesting that the candelabra was placed in that storeroom too. The items in the storeroom were indeed intended to be sold as goods in the auction. Although, where the murder weapon was procured from is not the main issue here.
At first glance, your logic seems to hold up, but things just quite feel right. Let's draw more information. Alright. What do we have? We have something specifically that says it. We have specifically Lotta's testimony that says that the auction continued after the murder happened. As I thought, you're one step behind.
What did you say?
The victim was not the conductor, and I have proof. Miss Hart's testimony.
That photographer's testimony is not trustworthy.
What are y'all saying? I'm a bona fide journalist. Ow!
Cease your idle chatter.
Yeehaw, cowboy! Francesca, calm down and listen. Miss Hart witnessed a part of the murder. The main point here is that after witnessing the murder, she says the auction continued.
That's right. Sure as can be. They all just kept going on shamelessly.
Do you think the auction could have continued without someone conducting it? If the victim was not the conductor, the person killed must have been a customer.
No.
As I said from the beginning, Kay is not the culprit. After all, she herself was attacked by someone and lost consciousness, in which case that would also make her a victim. If the auction continued after the incident occurred, yes, the victim was not the conductor but a customer. Oh fuck.
That's enough.
That voice. God damn it.
Wait, why is she back? Order in the court. The chairman will now enter.
My, no need to be so stiff. You know, I hadn't considered the fact that this motherfucker's wearing a red jacket. Until, like, just now. Doesn't look exactly the same, but this motherfucker's wearing a red jacket. Actually, feel free to call me Blazy.
Well then, Blazy, what brings you here?
Huh? Well, I just wanted to see if my idiot son was working hard is all.
Is this kind of father-son relationship really healthy? Edgeworth, no, it's not. Is he gonna light his beard on fire by accident at some point in this stream? In this case, because I kind of feel like that's coming.
I've come to light a fire under you, but it seems I found an unexpected bonus. I think that the criminal who's become the talk of the town would be here of all places.
Everyone, restrain the suspect at once.
Please wait. Kay Faraday is not the culprit. Ooh.
Silence! This is quite troubling, Edgeworth. Didn't I tell you earlier? The PIC desires a swift resolution to this case. If it is not, we could lose our trust with the public. It calls for waste of time, committee. You know, it's troubling for me as well, this sort of thing. At my age, too.
On top of that, your legal investigation is not something I can overlook. Have you forgotten? You are no longer a prosecutor. You have lost all your authority. Furthermore, you have aided a criminal in evading the law.
Yes, that's right. You're so reliable, Courtney.
I am aware of the consequences of my actions. You may punish me as you wish. However, we have found a new suspect. The person pictured here. Kay Faraday was attacked by this person and...
There is no need for your explanation. Just recently, a red raincoat was discovered in the vicinity of this building. The victim's blood and cherry blossom petals were found on the hood.
Cherry blossom petals? Now that you mention it on the viewing platform.
Yes, they probably stuck on due to the blood. They were littered around the bloodstain.
We've recently received forensic report on the blood, you know, there's no doubt about it. The person in that photo is the victim, Joe Crane. Wait, what? No, how? That makes no sense.
Excuse me? You fucking what, mate? Okay, immediately. How is this her raincoat? Like, there's 3 glaring holes in this, in the fact that there's not a giant fucking stab wound in this thing. How can it be worn by the victim if it doesn't have the stab wounds? Like, there are so many problems with their evidence that it's just, we know, like, I'm even more convinced that he fucking did it. I'm even more convinced that he did it. Because he's suddenly bringing this, like, piece of evidence forward that just perfectly fits it, but yet has glaring contradictions. It's impossible. That would completely destroy the foundations of our logic. I had believed the person in the red raincoat was the culprit. Now it turns out that person is actually the murderer? The murder victim? That makes no sense. Wait, if that's the case, then the prime suspect would be...
Miss Faraday, you had a person in a red raincoat on the top, did you? On the rooftop, did you not?
Yes, I did, but...
The person in the red raincoat was the murder victim. And Kay Faraday came into contact with that person. Since one of the parties is now dead, what happened next should be clear. Except it's not, because that doesn't make any sense.
Kay was literally attacked by this person. As the victim, it would be impossible for her to be the culprit.
There is no evidence she was attacked, is there? She was shoved down, like a maintenance shaft? Furthermore, we must consider the possibility that the victim fought back.
It's far too early to come to that conclusion. Kay is not the criminal. We're gonna fucking fight her. I'm gonna fight her own fucking logic and be like, I can prove you're not the criminal, even though you say you are. Then let's hear. That's the way out. Hear testimony from Kay, if that's the case. You're wrong. Kay, that's wrong. Even though I don't want to believe it myself, after hearing about the raincoat, I finally remembered. I only remembered a little bit, but from what I saw that night, the culprit is me. I remember looking down at the person in the red raincoat. Mr. Edgeworth, it was me. The culprit was me all along. Let's hear some testimony on that. Why don't we? That can't be right. Then why? Why do I have that memory? The person collapsed before my eyes. Engulfed in a pool of blood. Well, that can't be because there was no blood up top. Why didn't I do anything? It must have been because I killed her.
It's clear to me the validity of Faraday's memory.
Only because it fucking supports your own goddamn evidence, you piece of shit. Didn't you doubt it until just now, pal? Thank you, Gumshoe.
Congratulations, Miss Faraday. Your courage will surely allow you to be forgiven. Now let us rejoice in the blessings of the goddess of law.
Allow me to give my opinion as an international prosecutor. Her actions as a criminal are...
Hurry! Arrest Kay Faraday at once.
How dare you behave that way before me?
You're being too forceful. Further verification is needed. I'd even go so far as to say this is unlawful.
Unfortunately, the law does not side with you.
It sides with me, you see. I am even more convinced this motherfucker did it. Even more convinced this motherfucker did it. But you know, the beautiful bond between you two is etched deeply into my heart.
It reminds me, we seem to have forgotten one additional suspect.
Are you trying to say that I also was involved in the murder? I do not understand what she has in terms of a hard-on for getting me, like, arrested, thrown out, or otherwise. I still don't get it. There is something going on. And we're going to shatter her entire world space when we show that it was the fucking, like, chairman of the PIC. Okay. So, Kuthonic 1. How you doing? We looked around. We found 2 bloody handprints on the ladder going up. We found that the victim was stabbed in the storeroom we left in. And that the candelabra was removed lower. By the way, again, Kate probably should have fucking stayed somewhere else, but whatever. We came down here, and now they've somehow come up with the evidence that of the red jacket, which we saw Kay wear. We saw Lotta has a photo of the person in the red raincoat from behind inside the storeroom. And now Kay is like, I remember that person lying down in a pool of blood when there was no pool of blood on top of the building. And as far as we know, we didn't find any luminol reactions up there. Like, if they were literally there, there probably should have been more luminol reactions somewhere else. But we're dealing with this bitch.
Edgeworth, that's you. Again, I am 100% convinced he fucking did it. I don't know exactly how we're going to prove it, but I am 100% convinced.
Well, what's that, pal? Mr. Edgeworth hasn't done anything wrong.
I beg to differ. That's right. You see, he's no longer a prosecutor, sadly enough.
Your actions have gone too far this time. An illegal investigation, assisting in the escape of a criminal. I cannot even think of you as a former prosecutor. Now humbly accept your punishment.
Oh yeah, that's right. I believe the plan for today was to hold your hearing before the PIC. Why don't we leave the hearing for tomorrow? Even though the results are already crystal clear. You should think long and hard about what you've done. Very long and very hard.
Court is now adjourned. What the fuck is gonna happen with this case then?
Because they literally just presented what I'm assuming is fake evidence. April 6th detention center. Holding cell. Well, this is the second time I've been in this cell. All of my evidence has been taken from me. The only thing I have left is Kay's Yatagarasu badge. I'm worried about Kay. Is she alright? remembers looking down at the person in the red raincoat. Huh. You have a visitor. Please hurry out. Yeah, I have no idea where this case is going. I'm pretty sure I know who the murderer is. I don't know how we're going to be able to point to him with this. But I'm like almost 100% certain I know who the murderer is in this case. Visitor, who could it be? Somebody by the name of Dick Gumshoe. Will you turn him down? No. It'd be hard to face him, though. April 6th, Detention Center, Visitor's Room. Wait there. He's not gonna stay and keep watch. That's weird. Pardon me. Oh, fuck off.
No one wants to talk to you, lady.
Judge Courtney.
Hush. Please, have a seat. Whoa.
Why should I listen to literally anything you say? Why are you here? I was told the detective had come.
I didn't instruct them to tell you that. You wouldn't be sitting here right now.
You know what? You're goddamn right I wouldn't be. Can't think of anything she'd say to me that she'd say. Can't think of anything she'd need from me at this point. Just trying to figure out what she wants. The fuck are you doing here? I don't have anything to present. Fine. What happens if I present this?
About Kay Faraday, I believe she's being interrogated as we speak.
You people. Any idea what you're doing? How dare you arrest an innocent person?
That's not a very nice thing to say. I would ask you to correct your statement. She's merely someone you want to believe is innocent. Am I wrong?
There's no decisive evidence to prove that she's the culprit.
There's no evidence to prove her innocence either. Enough of this. It's pointless. The girl will be judged. There is nothing you can do to stop that. That is all there is to say about that. Now, let's get down to the real issue at hand. I kinda want to just be like Alt F4 and be like, no, I don't need to talk to her. No, fuck that. But we'll continue. The visitation rights have been restricted to begin with.
It's as if I'm some monstrous criminal. I suppose my credibility has hit rock bottom.
But of course, your friends have fared a bit better though. That lawyer and that girl were both quite worked up.
Mr. Shields and Emma?
When I last saw them, they were giving one of the guards quite an earful.
Wait, what? You don't mean...
Be grateful, the goddess of law has been quite busy. They were spared punishment.
It certainly seems like you have plenty of time for small talk.
Oh yes, Prosecutor Von Karma is presently continuing the investigation. You were worried about them, right?
I guess you saw right through me on that. What is your goal here? Let's cut to the chase. What are you doing here?
I'm not planning anything. There's merely a question I wish to ask.
You're asking me? I thought you knew all of these questions.
Yes, of course. Who else is here? Objectively speaking, you are a clever individual. You have a sharp mind. As a prosecutor, you are highly talented and capable.
Are you being ironic? Like... What? Your sarcasm falls short here.
I'm being completely sincere. That's why I cannot understand. Take this case, for example. You're up against the PIC. There's no chance for you to come out on top. Even a child can understand that, and yet you...
Oh, that's what your problem is. Perhaps my younger self would not have done something so reckless. The me from before I had power. That's why I thought justice was on my side. Just like you right now. However, because of a certain man, my self-centered sense of justice was broken down. Ever since then, I began to see people in a different light. I'm able to serve as a prosecutor only because of the support of the people around me. People like Detective Gumshoe and all of the other investigators. And, well, Kay, of course. Honestly, even I'm surprised at how much I've changed.
I see. Is that how it is? I've come to understand you a little bit more. Is this a fucking social link starting? What is happening here?
Understand me? Not likely. Someone like you, who forces her own sense of justice onto others, could never understand.
I wonder about that. Is that what you think?
Yes. That's absolutely what I think.
I could say one thing. It could be that this conversation has been very interesting. That is all. Our conversation is coming to an end. However, I have one last thing to tell you. The date of your hearing has been set. I came here today to inform you. Today, in the PIC meeting room, may you humbly accept your fate.
Oh, is that what we're gonna do? We're gonna fucking turn it around on the chairman of the PIC in the PIC room because he's a piece of shit? I love it.
If that's all you wanted to say, couldn't you have just sent a messenger?
The holy words of the goddess of law cannot simply be entrusted to others. With that, Mr. Edgeworth, I bid you farewell. I shall be seeing you again later.
I'm gonna tear your boss a new asshole. April 6th, detention center. Holding cell. Fuck you saluting me for? Simply a bed. I don't expect it to be very comfortable to sleep on. If I were Detective Gumshoe, he'd probably be snoring loudly while sleeping like a log. I'd never get a chance to work with him again. However, this is the path I chose. I won't regret it. There's a dining menu sitting on the desk. I can get food delivered if I pay for it. Let's see. Moldy white bread lunch set. Switch moldy to moldy whole wheat bread for an extra $1. Oatmeal and grits meal set. Limited time. Get extra gruel at no additional charge. Thank goodness I'm not hungry right now. I mustn't neglect my personal appearance just because I'm in a holding cell. Prosecutor or not, this is my personal duty. My collar is slightly bent. There. A well-groomed appearance reflects well in a real well-groomed mind. From here on, I need to focus on myself more than ever. There's a poster on the wall next to the toilet. We are currently out of toilet paper. Please be prepared if you wish to use the toilet. What does it mean by be prepared? There are thick bars placed securely on the window. It reminds me, I watched a movie that had iron bars just like these. It's about a plan to escape from prison by filing down the iron bars. Of course, wouldn't do such a thing. I don't even have a file. No, even if I had one, I still wouldn't do it. What is the thing? There's a poster hanging in the hallway. The dice and slice game. Roll the dice to decide your daily menu. The dice and slice game has been canceled due to the warden's arrest. We sincerely apologize for everyone who was looking forward to it. I don't need to apologize for canceling such a silly game. Is it literally just inspect everything? Another visitor. What? Why is Kay here? What is happening? Ah! Seems you're alright. I'm relieved for now.
You know, this is kind of touching.
You look a little down, Kay. Please cheer up. You didn't do anything wrong. I guarantee it. Please just accept it. I'm a murderer. That is not true. Why won't you believe in yourself? What should I believe in? I mean, there's nothing. There's nothing to believe in? Well, that's not true. Before you lost your memories, you literally jumped into my life. As a result, your words and actions have become engraved in my memories. That's the mark you left behind. How can you call that nothing? I believe in your innocence. That's why you must believe in yourself as well. Thank you, but it's no use. Look at all the misfortune I brought upon you. If you can, please forget it all. Your memories of Kay Faraday. Is that why this guy brought her here? Is to try to like break me down and get me to like confess that Kay did it? Because that's kind of what I feel like is happening here.
You know, this takes me back. In my youth, I too was gallant.
Is this the kind of justice that the PIC seeks?
Swish! Justice, huh? I wonder.
This man, what is he planning? Why is he pushing things forward so forcefully? All seems too unnatural. Is there a hidden agenda here? There's no time left. It's all or nothing now.
Well, I must take my leave.
Hold it. No matter how you look at it, Kay's arrest was unnatural. There must be something behind it. Well, he's actually got some good-ass defenses.
Hey, I'm a busy man, you know. Kind of a big deal, you see. I trust that this won't take up too much of my time.
In order to make it out of the situation, I must break through his defense. There are plenty of things I want to ask, but my time is limited. First, I'll ask about why he rushed the arrest. I have no intention of letting him push me around. I will overcome this difficult situation. Why did you rush her arrest? I would like a clear explanation.
Explanation? What are you talking about?
Don't play dumb with me. You clearly did not follow the proper procedures.
Okay. Maybe you should pipe down a little bit. Do you even know the position you're in? Suppose we let the criminal escape. What do you think will happen?
What will happen?
I'd be made to take responsibility, you see. I do hope you understand.
Haven't you realized it yet? Oh, wow, that's not even remotely right. We needed to wait twice. Okay, so we're learning how to handle him.
You can't understand the high spirits all you young folks seem to have. I had a lot of time to think about this too. And not as big a punishment for
Doing this. All right. So we wait twice. Yeah. This is definitely a lot more about like you have to look at what they're doing and then decide if it's worth taking one of the expressions or just waiting.
Just take my advice to stay out of this if you know what's good for you.
I refuse. Kay is innocent.
You know, this is so pitiful. Swish! It brings me to tears. Why won't you just give up? Things were finally going well. Swish!
Wait, what? What do you mean? Things were going well, you say? That's a strange way to put it. It almost sounded as if you personally wanted Kay to be arrested. Far more than necessary. Haven't you lost your impartiality?
You think so? Well, that certainly wasn't my intention, you see? Edgeworth, my boy, you're reading too much into it.
I skillfully avoided the issue. However, I have some serious doubts about Kay's arrest. Next, I shall ask him if the investigation was sufficient. I can't miss even the tiniest piece of information. That's the only way to break through this situation. How much time was spent on the investigation?
You know, I wonder about that. I don't really remember, you see.
There's no way I can accept such a careless answer.
Like I said, I don't remember. My memory's not as sharp as it used to be, you see. Sometimes I even forget my own son's name.
Don't care about your idiot son. I want answers regarding the investigation.
Yes, he really is an idiot, even though I don't remember raising him like that.
There's no end to this. He keeps dodging the question. Let's try another line of attack to make him take me seriously. It's hard to say that the investigation was sufficient. The arrest was under your authority.
My, do I really look that important?
The Prosecutorial Investigation Committee Chairman? That's quite a prominent title. Not that I care much for it.
That was rather blunt. I'm so shocked. I could cry.
Sorry. Flattery was never my forte.
If you keep talking like that, towards me? You'll never get your prosecutor's badge back, you know. Why would I get my badge back?
Maybe it was the other answer? I guess he wasn't flicking with a lighter, so I really need to go with that. Why would I need my badge back? Let me make things clear right now. I don't live for the sake of my badge. Status means nothing to me. Do you understand?
So young. Let me teach you something as your senior in life. What you're saying right now, far too naive, you see?
The look in his eyes has changed. He might respond differently to some of my questions now. This is my chance.
Well, aren't you an impertinent one? Even someone like me is starting to get annoyed.
What a coincidence. I feel the same way. Answer me. Was the investigation sufficient?
Young folks always live life in the fast lane. It's like a boil. You'll regret this soon enough. Wow, really? I actually was not sure. Because it was kind of halfway between fucking with the lighter and the other thing. Wait, was that right? Don't you get it? I held your fate in my hands. That was right? That made it definitely look like it was wrong. Or was it wrong? Was it? I have no clue at this point. Think we go again? In any case, even if you obtain some information, there's nothing you can do. Just give up already.
Oh, I refuse.
Mind if I ask why?
It's simple. The truth is fading away. That's all there is to it.
I see. So you understand what kind of person you are. But you know, it's all useless. Not to make me cry. Give it up. Smash! That girl's guilt has already been decided. Smash! Decided?
That's strange. The way you said that, it almost sounds like it was decided from the very beginning.
Smash! What are you trying to say? Yes.
It's certainly unnatural. Everything is progressing as if Kay's guilt was predetermined. Wasn't Kay's arrest planned from the very start?
I see. That's an interesting theory. But I don't have time to indulge in your flights of fancy, you know. Why don't we put an end to this silly conversation?
He's trying to get away. Before that, I must find out if the arrest was lawful. Ooh, we're like double timing now. It's still very faint, but I'm beginning to see the path to the truth. I can't let this opportunity slip by. Please wait. There's still something I want to ask you.
I've grown weary of our little home. I never remember how to say that right. I think it's like tete-a-tete or something like that? Fuck, I don't remember. Please keep it short, okay?
If I put together... Yeah, close enough. If I put together what you told me up until now, I cannot help but say there's no basis for Kay's arrest.
Yes, I understand, you see? But you know, it doesn't really matter either way. You can't overturn her arrest.
Irresponsible. Do you still claim to be a man of the law?
My, there are some harsh words there, you know. You know, you're starting to make me a little angry.
Wait.
You see, to be honest, I really can't answer all your questions, you know. That's just the position I'm in, you see. I'm a busy man, you know.
Aren't you just pretending to be busy?
That's cruel, you know. This old chunk of coal has been working like a dog. Pretending. Just what do you think that would accomplish?
You don't want to talk about the case. Isn't that why you're trying to get away from this place? Why is he trying to set chess pieces on fire? Because he's trying to hide the truth from us. And he's probably like, at this point, Rondrix, I swear he's like, I have like a 95% certainty that he's the fucking murderer in this case. So we'll see.
How sad, yes, how sad indeed. Do you really suspect little old me?
I do suspect you, and I'm confident about it. There was clearly no basis for Kay's arrest.
My, have you forgotten? Wasn't there evidence? The mask, the letter, and the corsage? All were found in the girl's possession. Not to mention she even confessed. All of this serves to prove her crime.
That's...
Any objections? Wait.
You see,
You have no response.
it's true. I have no objections. Well, there is one point that bothers me. This man seems awfully familiar with the evidence. To remember everything without missing a beat intrigues me. Could be a useful clue. Kay is not the culprit.
My, that's a rather bold claim, you know? Anyone can shroud objections at the top of their lungs, you see, Mr. Former Prodigy Prosecutor.
Wait, you have to go down the other... What? Hang on. Okay. Well, I guess we're going this route then. Who was the one that made her the decision for her arrest?
Well, can't say I remember. Growing old is a terrible thing, you see. My memory's not what it used to be, you know.
Okay, that's how we get in here. You literally remembered every piece of evidence accurately. Don't play dumb with me. Didn't you remember all of the evidence in full detail just now? Stop pretending to be a forgetful old man when things aren't going your way. Now then, who was the one who made the decision to arrest her?
I see. You're a sharp one, aren't you? You know, I wish my son could learn from you. This is a real idiot. I mean, an absolute moron.
I'm not interested in your son's idiocy. Who made the decision for the arrest?
You're a bad man, you know. Don't you already know? Speech. The one who ordered her arrest. Are we actually just going with this? I actually don't know. Because it literally could have been either of them. Well, the answer here is wrong. Okay, so we have to zoom in again. Zoom in again. The victim is Kay. Oh, well, no. Oh, sorry. I misread your sentence. The victim is a member of the PIC who was involved in an illegal evidence auctioning ring, who for some reason has just decided we're going to auction all of Edgeworth's evidence. Don't know why yet. This also is related to the smuggling ring that Francesca has been looking into since the first game, and we're kind of just going with that. And again, my brain is screaming at me that it's this motherfucker who killed and is trying to frame Kay. But we'll see.
Now then, who was the one who made the decision for her arrest? Yeah, we're zooming. Oh, the person right in front of me. I'm certain of it.
Ouch. Make it sound like I committed some sort of injustice. I guess I'm gonna have to clear that up. My honor's at stake here, you see? Very well. I'll continue to play along with you until you're satisfied.
What's most crucial here is how much this man knows about this case. If I can get him to reveal that. It's do or die. If I can't overcome this, I'll reach if I can overcome this, I'll reach the truth. I don't think we go straight into you know too much. The suspect regarding Kay, how much do you know about her?
She's the suspect in this case. That's all I know, you see. Scouts on her. That's... Okay, so this was not the right way to go first. Alright.
Let's try... You seem to know quite a bit. You seem pretty familiar with the case.
I'm a wise man, you know. I'm familiar with most things, you see.
I don't think it was very wise of you to arrest Kay in this case.
I'm a very busy man. I can end this conversation anytime I want, you know. Don't you forget about that.
Well, this would have already been over if you had simply answered my questions. If you had given me a proper answer, I wouldn't take any more of your time. I'll ask you once again, why are you so familiar with this case?
They're the case files, you see. Honestly, quite a drag, you know. But it's my job, so what can I do? Because of my position, you see, I can't just skip out on it. Well, I had some time to kill, so I read the whole thing, you see. Wow, really? Oh, I guess I should have gone harder on it with it.
Here's the interesting thing. This logic chess is so much more forgiving than the one against Lotta, which is impressive to me. That's strange. Didn't you just say you were very busy? Aren't your faults slowly coming to light now? If you truly wish to protect your position, I advise you to rescind the arrest order.
You really are desperate, you know. That never say die attitude touches my heart. Swish. But you know, it's unfortunate that all your hard work was for naught. Swish. Because we discovered her unconscious body near the crime scene, you see. Wait, what? Swish.
This is the first I've heard of Kay's condition when she was found. She was unconscious in the storeroom?
That's right. The source of that information is classified, though.
This man knows things even I don't know. Does he know the whole story behind this case? This could be a useful clue. The suspect regarding Kay, how much do you know about her?
She's the suspect in this case, that's all I know, you see. Scouts on her.
You said something you've said just was out of place to me. You know about things the crime scene investigation never revealed. Why is that? Just how much of the truth do you know?
You're making that forceful face again. You know, it kind of makes me want to do the same, like this. Is that not? God, I have no sense for how to play against this guy.
I have no sense for how to play against this guy.
You really are a persistent one, you know? I can admire that, you see?
I will take that as a compliment.
Can't you give it a rest already? At my age, my body's not as strong as it once was, you know? But there's no one else who could be the culprit besides her. She was even given that much evidence. She was even given that much evidence to show that she committed the crime. What? Excuse me?
She was given evidence, you say. That's an odd choice of words. It almost sounds as if she did not possess them under her own will.
I see. You do have a fine eye for the details, as expected of a former prodigy prosecutor. You've already found your answer, haven't you? I'm listening. Go ahead and say it. No need to hold back.
I finally have the wrenched open, the heavy door to the truth. Now, all that remains is to strike the final blow. Kay is not the culprit.
My, that's a rather bold claim, you know? Anyone can shout objections at the top of their lungs, you see, Mr. Former Prodigy Prosecutor. Oh, yeah, I shall break through with this clue.
Kay was framed. The true culprit is pinning the blame on her. That's my answer. Oh! That's why he does that. That's happened to him more than once.
Yes, you're a very clever one. It almost makes me feel bad that your prosecutor's badge was taken away, you know? Yes, as you say.
Checkmate. You arrested Kay, even when you knew the existence of the true culprit? Don't toy with me. There's no way such an act would be tolerated.
You sure are green, you know? That's what a prosecutor's supposed to do. Swish! It'll all work out fine, even if we make her guilty.
Who would desire such a resolution?
If I had to say, maybe the PIC. Maybe me, you know? When I heard your words just now, I could barely hold back my tears, you know? It was just so splendid, you see? And it just burns me up inside. Swish! I'm not the most perfect piece of work, you know, so I can't forgive such usefulness. You say the truth is important? But you know, once you know the real value the truth holds, I wonder if you can still say the same thing.
What are you trying to say?
When you get to where I am, you can just create your own truths, anytime you want. Kay Faraday is the culprit. That was the truth I simply manufactured out of thin air. Good. Very good. That face, that expression. Swish! You were a desperate one, you see. That's why I really wanted to bully you, you know? You see, even if you know the truth, there's simply nothing you can do. That's the real value of the truth. So shocking that it's to die for, you know?
Why won't you pursue the true culprit? How much of the truth do you know?
Do you understand now? The truth that you believe in is worthless, you see? Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? Powerless former prosecutor?
You...
Oh, scary. You know, I guess the friends of a heinous criminal are quite heinous themselves.
Blaze, you!
And like this, you see, one more person will disappear before me. Ah, here comes the waterworks. These tears of mine just won't stop, you know?
Fucking called it. It's this cunt. Don't play with fire or you get burned. That's the key to that logic, Jesse. If he's playing with fire, wait him out. Sure, all right. I can get behind it. Everything will be decided in today's deliberation. Kay's innocence will definitely prove it. So we're actually going to a fucking courtroom. This is going to be interesting. Who the fuck is Judge Courtney? Is that her on the left? Is it, no. Where the fuck is she? Isn't she part of the PIC? April 6th, 8:30 a.m. Grand Tower PIC meeting room.
10 members are present. The quorum has been met. From here on out, let the council begin. Today's deliberation shall be about Miles Edgeworth's aptitude and ability as a prosecutor. Let our members discuss this matter with a clear conscience of the goddess of law.
Clear conscience? Don't make me laugh.
Courtney, please give us your report.
On April 5th, Prosecutor Edgeworth carried out an illegal investigation and resisted arrest. He was arrested by 2 of our members who caught him in the act, myself and Blaze Debaste. Prosecutor Edgeworth disrupted the investigation of attorney Jill Crane's murder. He claims that the culprit, Kay Faraday, was arrested without sufficient evidence. Even now, his claim remains unchanged.
Tell us more about the murder incident.
On April 5th, the victim's body was found here in the PIC meeting room. Regarding the details,
I, Sebastian Devaste, the best prosecutor, will enlighten you.
prosecutor in charge, Sebastian Devaste, will explain the rest of the details.
The murder happened on the night of April 4th. The victim was one Joe Crane. On that same night, a black market auction was being held in this very room. I guess Miss Crane was taking part in the auction. Yup. The murder...
The murder occurred in the middle of the auction, did it not?
When Miss Crane was found, she was dressed like the conductor of the auction. However, based on the fact that the auction continued after the murder occurred, I deduced that Miss Crane could not have been the conductor.
You weren't the one who made that deduction.
Sebastian, please show everyone the basis for our arrest of the culprit.
You got it, Justine. Kay Faraday was unable to bear the weight of her good conscience.
What do you mean your guilty conscience?
Yes, it was her guilty conscience that drove her to confess the crime. According to her confession on the roof of this building, she met a figure in a red raincoat on the viewing platform.
So Crane was wearing a red raincoat.
Yes, that is correct. The culprit used the conductor's clothes as a red herring to mislead us. At the time of the murder, Miss Crane was wearing a red raincoat.
It was I who discovered the raincoat was near this building.
He did. I'm pretty sure it was the forensics team who found that.
To be precise, it was the forensics team under Sebastian's orders who had discovered it.
I thought as much.
According to the blood analysis, the person in the red raincoat and Miss Crane were one and the same person. The decisive evidence is the culprit's own confession. That she testified that she killed her.
I don't have anything, right? Cool. That's what I thought.
That's right, the culprit is Kay Faraday. It couldn't have been anyone else but her.
Well then, Edgeworth, if you have any objections, let's hear them.
I have no objections.
I see. It seems all the fight's gone out of you after your little overnight stay.
I have no objections to your claim that I investigated illegally. I admit to that. However, I object to the claim that Kay is the culprit.
I will testify that Sebastian's investigation was fair and just.
Of course it was, Justine. Don't you know I'm the fairest of all of them?
Edgeworth, my boy, despite how things may seem, I actually kind of like you. And this is just an if, you see. If you were to withdraw your objection, you might be sitting on the side of the bench tomorrow.
He's trying to bribe Edgeworth. That's a stupid move.
I'll ask you one more time, Edgeworth. Do you have any objections?
Don't take me for a fool.
I advise you to watch what you say.
Your hammer cannot reach me from where you're sitting. You get to shut up. This man is the one who should watch what he's saying. I'm talking about the case, not about the chair. Let him at a testimony. By all means, let me hear it. I want to know how the PIC understands this case.
Testimony from us, huh? Fine. If that's what it takes to make you happy. Courtney, give him the materials from the investigation.
Sir, but that's...
It's the end of the line for him. I'll let him go out in a blaze of glory.
If you insist, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Let's take a look here. What do we got? Is this everything back? Right, so the immediate thing I want to look at, which I can't super investigate directly, is the fucking red raincoat. Which, again... So many problems seen with this specific piece of evidence, but we can't do
Anything with it, so.
Why don't we have Courtney give the testimony?
I have no objections.
Mr. Edgeworth?
Don't worry, Kay. You just watch from over there.
Miss Crane went to the black market auction as a customer. The red raincoat was one of the items up for auction. We believe that she left her seat after winning the bid for it. The only exit from the storeroom is the hatch that leads to the viewing platform. Miss Crane went up the viewing platform where she was attacked by Kay Faraday. That was how she met her end. That concludes my summary of the case.
The red raincoat was up for auction? Is that a fact?
It's quite likely. The red raincoat had been a piece of evidence in the assassination attempt on the president of Zheng Fa, as you well know. Originally, it should have been stored in an appropriate place, but when asked about it, I learned that it went missing.
That it somehow made its way to the black market auction? Certainly a natural conclusion.
My, well done, Courtney. Your explanation is as clear as ever.
I'm gonna love nailing his ass to the wall. In front of her and his own son. That's gonna be a good time. Let me just straight away tell you.
I am much obliged. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you concede defeat now?
Oh, I'm sorry, but I don't plan on doing that.
I see. I am relieved.
Relieved? The fuck does that mean? Come to think of it, her reason for questioning me yesterday remains a mystery. Just what is she thinking? Alright. Time to get me some info. So, you're saying that a member of the PIC was involved in illicit dealings?
Regarding that, I have no response.
He's right, you know. After this hearing's over, we're gonna have to clean up our act.
Splendid decision, Mr. Chairman.
Now. Well, naturally, see, there's no need to flatter me, you know. What you know has nothing to do with you at all, Edgeworth. Because by then you won't even be a prosecutor anymore, you see. Swish. Well now this tearful business has been cleared up,
Yes, sir, I will continue.
So the red raincoat was also up for auction?
Yes, it belonged to Shelley to kill him.
based on the circumstances, we must consider that the item was up for auction, you see.
That's what he wore when he targeted the president of Zheng Fa. There was also a mannequin that was positioned unnaturally amongst the auction goods. That may have been where the red raincoat was on display. Oh, okay. Do you know how the goods were procured?
We're currently investigating it, but it's none of your concern, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
I am not a prosecutor. Excuse me. Call me by my proper title.
Soon you'll be nothing more than an ordinary individual, and then you will be finished.
Seems the results of this deliberation have already been decided. Enough about me. Please continue your testimony.
The rank would have been up for auction.
Why would the victim immediately leave her seat?
It had to do with how the auction was conducted. It seems that after the winning bid, the winner was required to pay for the item immediately.
That matches up with Miss Hart's testimony.
We think that Miss Crane paid for her bid for the raincoat, and then immediately tried to leave the auction.
The victim was a PIC member. Couldn't she have also just left from the meeting room?
If she had done so during the auction, then its existence would have been revealed to the public.
Miss Hart knew about it. It seems the cat's already out of the bag.
The customers were required to enter and exit from the hatch. Miss Crane was simply following protocol. Considering where the murder took place, she must have tried to leave through there.
Why would Kay do such a thing?
We intend to question her about that later.
Later? That seems to be your favorite time for interrogations.
If the culprit was aware that the customers were required to exit from the hatch, it would have been easy to lie in wait for an ambush. Miss Crane was attacked when she was leaving the hatch.
Met her end? What do you mean by that?
She passed away. Or to be more precise, she was murdered.
The candelabra was one of the items in the auction. Therefore, Kay should not have been able to get her hands on it.
If she was able to lie in wait for the attack, then she must have known about the storeroom. If she sneaked into the storeroom during the auction, she could have obtained it.
Now, if only we had some way to know that for sure. Where was the candelabra during the entire auction, you know? How about it?
There's no such evidence.
My apologies, we hope to find that evidence soon.
Edgeworth, it's too bad, you know. It seems you won't be able to use this line of attack.
The victim encountered the culprit on the roof, on the top of the roof, and the crime occurred there. According to her reasoning, the murder took place at the viewing platform. Is that really the case? Pieces of evidence must tell the whole story behind it. Let's try looking again. We, specifically, are going to run a save here real quick, because we've been through that entire long-ass logic chess segment, and we're going through this. So I want to have a savey point here. Holy fuck. Okay. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm taking a quick break. I'm actually gonna go turn the AC back up to like the middle temperature that we leave it at night, because my room has chilled. It has literally dropped 6 degrees in my room since I turned the AC on. I mean, I've been wondering that the entire fucking time, and that seems like a glaring point of problem, like a glaring problem in this entire set of evidence, but nobody seems to be talking about that, which I find very funny. Enough to make me think Judge Courtney was in on it. But I still believe 100% that it was the chairman who did it, and that we get to basically shatter Courtney and Mr. Dabaste's, or we get to shatter Courtney and Sebastian's entire worldview when we come back. All right, it's gonna be a short break. I just need to turn the AC back so it stops running, and then we'll go from there. All right, be right back. Hello, people. I'm back. Thank you for sticking with me through that break. I figured out why it was so cold in my room. So at the beginning of the stream, if you watched, like about 2 hours ago, I took a break and I went to go turn the AC down. Normally when I turn the AC down a temperature, it ticks down. Like the temperature of the room, of the outer area of the room, usually goes down. For whatever reason, the temperature has gone up a degree on that sensor. I don't understand that. So the AC was pumping extra hard and just basically hasn't stopped, which is admittedly, it's the reason my room is a comfortable 73, but it was still going until actually it literally just cut off. So what was going on with that? A little weird, but either way, my room will basically sort of mellow out now. Probably raise a degree or two before I go to bed, and then be a very nice 75 before I go to sleep. So pretty good. All right, let's poke a hole in Judge Courtney's arguments. Let me look at something really quick. We don't have any evidence that there was blood on the top, right? Wait, where did we find this? So like, isn't this literally just, she wasn't attacked in there? Like, I'm so confused. Do we actually just go with the raincoat here? Like, if she was attacked wearing the raincoat, why is there not holes in the raincoat? Is that what we're going for here? Oh, that's still on. Is it literally just as simple as... No, it's not. Maybe it's the wrong piece of evidence, but it should be... Maybe a wrong statement? I mean, we could try it on the last one. Like, none of the other ones make sense. I mean, we have some wiggle room here. No, it's not there. Again, I would have thought it would have been really easy to point up a, like, if she was attacked, where's the attack wounds on her? Excuse me. Like, to me, it's got to be here. Okay. Let me go back to the shot of the victim. What was on 2 of that photo? It was Lotta's thing, right? Is it literally just the photo right there? It is the photo. Okay. I forgot that was on there. Sure, we can go with that. Judge Courtney, I found it to be strange for quite a while now. Why is Miss Hart here with us?
She's an eyewitness to this case. Isn't it only natural for her to be in attendance?
Oh, shucks. I reckon I'm more of an ear witness than an eyewitness.
Seems that gaining the trust of others isn't your strong point, Judge Courtney.
Perhaps I simply do not wish to be as tactless as you.
You just don't appear to like chess. You've also appeared to have failed to get the witness to tell you the most vital information. Please look at this photo. This was taken by Miss Hart.
This photo seems to have been taken in the storeroom and... Well, what of it?
According to your reasoning, the incident took place on the viewing platform. However, Miss Hart encountered the incident in the storeroom. That's right, it had taken place just before this photo was taken.
Boy, if that's true, then Justine's reasoning.
Exactly. So hold up.
What?
Miss Hart, allow me to ask you again. You saw the person in this photo with your own eyes, correct?
I sure did. I see him as plain as the day with my own two eyes.
And what did you think at the time?
I figured I was about to get me a big scoop, you know?
I guess that makes sense. Well, that's not what I meant. What did you think of that person?
Huh? Well, I reckon she'd help me bring home the bacon.
Are you mocking me?
Oh, shucks, don't make that scary old face. It was just a harmless little joke. The person in the red raincoat, I reckon they were the culprit.
I hope you understand now. The crime occurred in the... Oh, boy.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, I cannot understand your argument if you do not say it out loud. If you had simply asked, I would have been more than willing to explain.
Explain what?
The sounds Miss Hart heard may not have necessarily been related to the case.
How? That's impossible. Enough of your excuses.
Was the voice that Miss Hart heard really that of Miss Crane?
Such a shady conversation must have had something to do with the case.
What did her voice sound like?
Her voice? Well, it beats me. How was I supposed to know? They're both using voice changers.
Yes. The voices Miss Hart heard had been altered by a device. It must therefore question whether or not they have any bearing on this case. So, if you hear a murder...
If you hear a murder through a voice changer, it may not actually be a murder. Who knows? I swear to God, if he says that, I'm gonna laugh my ass off.
You do not need to object just because you wish to sigh.
Judge Courtney, I've greatly overestimated you.
No, Courtney's quite amazing. See,
You claim the sounds Miss Hart heard have no bearing on this case. Even if they do not, it doesn't change the fact that the crime took place in the storeroom. At the very least, the crime must have occurred before the victim went up to the rooftop. The reason being... Oh, I was looking at this a second ago.
Take that!
At first, the person in the red raincoat was the culprit.
Well, Miss Hart's testimony sure made it sound that way.
Precisely. It's because that she saw the person's hand was covered in blood. Anyone who heard her testimony would have arrived at the same conclusion. The person in the red raincoat was the culprit, and the blood on their hand was the victim's. However, if the person in the red raincoat was the victim, then the situation changes completely. Since blood can be seen in this photograph, it must have been taken after the crime occurred. Because I was looking at that earlier, I'm like, didn't she have a blood stain literally on that hand? It seems we've been under the wrong impression in regards to the victim's condition. This photo shows the true condition of the victim. The victim was definitely attacked in the storeroom. Immediately afterwards, the victim was seen with blood on her hands. That must mean the victim was still alive even after she was attacked. The blood on her hand must have come from her own wound. No way! Are you saying that she died from a hand injury? I gotta protect these things! No, that's not the case. I suspect that she just held her hand against the wound. It cannot be seen in the photograph, but at this moment she must have already suffered the fatal wound. Is that what happened? Wait, did the person that Kay saw in the red raincoat attacking her, was she just like struggling to keep herself up and then like stumbled towards her and then like ran into her? Is that what happened?
Oh, if that's true, then it changes a lot of things, you know.
It seems that you understand. This refutes the allegations against Kay. Kay encountered the victim after the picture was taken. I believe at that point in time, the victim was already on the verge of death. It's likely Kay just happened to be present when the victim reached the end of her strength.
That is quite the coincidence.
Indeed. I can only say that she was at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, it seems you have forgotten a crucial fact.
Oh, yeah, you mean that thing, right? Yeah. He must be pretending that he hasn't noticed it yet, right? Yeah.
What did you say? Are you implying that I forgot something?
Courtney, I think Courtney just gave him his last race. Just send him off.
Hey, Pops! Justine's with me, you know? Don't order her around like that.
You know, even though you're my son, you're just so embarrassing. Swish.
I'm not embarrassing. I'm sorry, but you're both rather embarrassing. Justine, give Mr. Edgeworth his, last will and testament.
Very well. I shall give him his last rites. When the body was found, there were 3 wounds on Miss Crane's chest. I'm sure you're well aware of what kind of wounds these were, right? Yes, she was stabbed in the heart with a 3-pronged candelabra. Is there any person who could survive such an injury? Please take a close look at the autopsy report. Can you say the same thing after reading it?
Well done, Justine. With this, Mr. Edgeworth will... I will offer a rebuttal, of course. Why would you do that? Didn't you just hear what she said? That was your last rites. Of course I did. I still plan to object to it. It's not fair. You're always opposing me at every turn. It's never my intention to oppose you. Huh? Really? It's simply not worth my time. I see. That's how it is. Yep. After all,
That's enough. You're embarrassing your father, you see?
Huh? What do you mean, Pops? Alright, let's get some information out of her.
Hold it!
3 wounds? That sounds rather painful.
Indeed. You must punish the culprit accordingly. Right now, with this hammer, because I'm going to do that.
Okay. Don't listen to what she has to say. Judge Courtney, please continue your reasoning.
Very well. She had 3 wounds.
Hold it!
Why don't you ask Sebastian instead?
Of course, Sebastian knows all about it.
Huh? You mean, yeah, I know everything. He's obviously lying.
Sebastian, maybe you should sneak a peek at the autopsy report, you know.
Let me see here. The fatal wound was caused by the candelabra. Ooh, so that's how it was. Ahem. The cause of this wound was just as Sebastian said.
Hold it!
So the cause of death was the stab wound to the heart. Is that correct? God,
I have these flipped.
in my head. I like thought I had hit it, but I hadn't. It was when I went from Blaze to Justine. And I tapped it to turn it off and got it flipped in my head which way it was flipped.
Yes, the candelabra pierced right into her heart. If this was Dr. Young's medical opinion, it must be the truth.
The coroner's medical opinion follows my own opinion, therefore it's perfect. Certainly can't ignore the autopsy reports, however. Hey! Don't ignore my opinion! However, if the stab wound was the cause of death, because it was a stab wound to the victim's chest, wouldn't it contradict that piece of evidence? Oh, he's totally ignoring me. Justine, say something!
Yes, I will not allow you to ignore my reasoning. I don't care about his, but in my reasoning.
At the time, at the very least, we cannot be certain that she died instantly.
Even if she still had a little bit of life left, I doubt she would have held on for long.
Can people survive long after being stabbed in the chest? In some cases, maybe they can. Although maybe they can't. Huh. So in the end, which one is it?
No such human exists. If you think they do, then first...
According to the autopsy report, the stab wound to the left chest caused the fatality.
Correct. The autopsy report itself is the foundation for my reasoning.
In other words, you have to shatter that foundation, right? Seems simple enough.
I don't find that amusing at all. I look forward to seeing you try. Nevertheless, please take a close look at the autopsy report before you make a rebuttal. Show me that your reasoning is not just a mere conjecture.
Very well. Mr. Edgeworth? You'll be fine, Kay. There's nothing for you to worry about. Evidence that the victim was alive even after the incident. If you just find that, Kay will be... Okay, let's take a look at the edge wound here. Let's the yes. Words. I know a man was shot through the heart in an execution. Yeah, sounds about right. I'm pretty sure they called him a pillar man, and that's what the character in JoJo's was based off of. Stab wound to the left chest. So my brain is thinking into overdrive every moment. You ever have that? You ever had that brain blast moment? My brain just did that. I'm wondering if the reason the left horn is missing on this stuffed animal is because it was actually the murder weapon, and that they used the candelabra to cover it up. Sounds about right. Human bodies are weird. They can live with a lot of shit. Was it missing in the first case? I can't remember. Like, they make a point of mentioning that the left horn is missing right now, so I'm wondering here. I have no idea what that, dude, I'm right there with you. I don't know. I'm so confused by this piece of evidence. Like, utterly confused how it's going to fit in. My brain's like, what if somehow that horn was like a solid piece, was like solid enough to stab somebody with? They stabbed them in the heart with it, and then they used the candelabra to finish him off and like obfuscate what the actual stab wound was. there any person who could survive such an injury? As long as the candelabra are covered in blood, the shape even matches up with the victim's wounds. Okay. That was the thing I didn't remember having. Okay, so the first thing I'm looking at is going the are we about to pull that bullshit? Because that would be wild. It specifically doesn't mention that she was stabbed in the heart. It only mentions that she was stabbed in the left chest. Is she one of those weird motherfuckers who was born with the heart on the opposite side of her body? Like, is it in the right side for her? Is that where we're going with this? Because that would be absolutely fucking nutty. Like, they specifically don't mention it. And that is the thing that fucks with me right now. Is that what that's called? Dextrocardia? Sounds right. Yeah. I'm like, what is there a problem that can, is there any problems that can come from that? Wow. So if you have this, that very often, like, all of your organs are fucking mirrored too. It also can have that some of your like some of your heart may not potentially like form correctly when it's like that. It can fuck you up, but if you get through it, it sounds like nothing bad happens from it. Again, that's why I find it so weird that they're really pushing the autopsy report and it doesn't say that she was stabbed in the heart. Like, I'm not in the right one. I'm over here. I want to try this. I want to try this. I gotta know, because this seems like a point. Objection! No, it's not. Okay. It's not. I had to know. I had to know this was currently a point that could have 110% been right. And that would have been so cool. It's also, we could still get there though. This just may not be the right way to get there. Is there even a person who could have survived this? It still might be right. Maybe we actually go here with the autopsy report, because no. All right. So we're not getting it. I might drop a hot save since we're at half life now. My brain is not going to let this go. All right. We're going to drop a save just so I don't have to go back through the entire previous testimony and all of the talking in between it. I'm at half life, and I'll keep that point, but is there any person who could survive such an injury? So this one is, I'll get back your most precious memory, but that's not going to be it here. What, do you think it's the raincoat? It could. It's not the raincoat. I still think that there is a point to be made at some point during this testimonies of how did she get those 3 stab wounds on her and not on the raincoat? Like legit, they won't explain that point, and I am very surprised by it. Only an assassin can survive. Oh fuck, it's mask to mask. Oh no. Mask to mask wearing a mask. He's invincible. Oh, not mask to mask, Shelly the Killer. Wow, I said that completely wrong. Shelly the Killer wearing a mask. Picture walking around with the blood, prove it? I mean, maybe? I think that's sort of like the next point to go. Did I present the photo or the... Okay, I legit couldn't remember which one I presented. I think I did the... Is it here? No. Again, I feel like I might just be too far ahead in the investigation, in like the logic train they want me to follow, because I don't know exactly where I'm going here. Stabbed in the heart with the 3-pronged candelabra. Is there any person who could survive such an injury? Do we have anything that proves that she survived the injury even for a little bit? There was somebody just walking outside my window just now. It's like 1:45 a.m. I don't know who the fuck is out here walking around taking a walk. So again, here's the evidence. Here's the thing: the victim's body was discovered in the PIC meeting room sometime between last night and midnight. The cause of death was a stab wound to the left, with stab wounds to the left chest with the candelabra. The head wound is post-mortem. There's a burn mark on her hand. It's an actual contradiction. It's not even a stretch of the imagination. Okay, well that's good to know. So we know we're not having to. We're having to really put the brain on here. You're having to really put the brain on. Huh? I love all the fucking chaos memes. I said a random fucking thing in a Discord that I'm in, and one of my friends just responds with, "Did someone say chaos?" And it's just a shot of the guy from the Final Fantasy thing. The isekai game they're going with. There's a burn mark to her hand. If we get a fail, like if I can't get it in the before I run out of life, then we can go with the statement and I can figure it out from there. Sound good? After the conductor, another person. Could it be the costume trunk? No, that doesn't seem like that would go there. You stabbed in the heart with a 3-pronged candelabra. We know that. Well, we don't know that, but... It just says it was found on. It was the victim. It had their fingerprints and the blood, and their blood was found on it, which I've already found suspicious. But I don't know where that could even go. Like I thought, didn't we not try this, or is my brain breaking? My brain is breaking. My brain is breaking. I thought we tried this one, but okay. Okay. I kind of don't want to leave myself in a fucked state. I'm going to reset and get my health back, because I could swear we presented that. But this is the thing I've done multiple times. And this is where I fail to present it properly. All right. The blood on the hood. Chairman Devaste. Do you know what this is?
It seems to be a red raincoat. How about it, Courtney?
The victim, Miss Crane, was wearing this earlier. Prosecutor Edgeworth, must I repeat my explanation to you all over again?
I suppose it might just come to that, Judge Courtney. Answer me this. This red raincoat was stained with blood. Do you happen to remember where specifically those bloodstains were located?
Well, we didn't have this before. The head wound was post-mortem. Yeah. This one was like, there's a couple of places where we could shove this and go for it, but I thought I had done this one and just hadn't done it.
Of course I do. They were on the...
Did it actually say on the hood, specifically?
Okay, so my brain did not separate the fact that the blood was specifically only on the hood. Yes, my brain took it as the fingerprints and their blood was found on the hood, as in like the hoodie. Like that's what my brain was equating it to, not the hood of the raincoat. My brain was like wrapping things up. Yeah, exactly. How could there, even if she was stabbed and then put the raincoat on, why was there no blood anywhere else? My God.
Wait, that can't be.
Yeah, what does this mean?
Judge Courtney, were there any other bloodstains besides the one on the hood?
None were detected.
Don't you think it's strange? The victim died from a stab wound to the chest. In that case, there should have been blood stains on the front of the raincoat. However, the only blood they found was on the hood. This is a huge contradiction. The wound on the victim's head is no ordinary wound. After all, the victim sustained this wound before she was stabbed in the chest. Edgeworth? What? The head wound was post-mortem? Edgeworth, what? Did I just read that wrong? The victim sustained this wound before she was stabbed in the chest. Edgeworth, what are you doing?
It does appear that way, doesn't it? The victim first suffered the head wound. If she had already been stabbed in the chest, the raincoat would have been stained with blood. Therefore, it's unthinkable that her chest was stabbed before she suffered her head wound. The order of the wounds would be first the head, followed by the chest.
Edgeworth is trying to trip her up, and I love it.
However, does that really change the situation?
Oh, with this contradiction, Born, one that overturns all of our assumptions up until now.
Is the change really that great? I look forward to hearing it. Well then, this contradiction, why don't you show it to me? With evidence.
Which piece of evidence shows the contradiction that arises from the order of the wounds? Everybody's favorite, the autopsy report. This is the autopsy report specifically by Dr. Young. According to this, the head wound was post-mortem.
That's not what the raincoat shows.
Exactly. It's the exact opposite. The updated autopsy report. Edgeworth's hitting him with the classic.
Bailiff, hurry and summon Dr. Bonnie Young at once. Until we hear what she has to say, we cannot close the curtains on this case. I don't want to be wrong. I can't be wrong.
Yes, ma'am. Understood. The one piece of evidence that is almost never right is like the one that we were never allowed to touch until this point.
Dr. Young is a busy person, so it will take some time for her to arrive. In the meantime, let's try viewing the case from another angle. There's something that's been on my mind. What are the key figures in this case? The conductor. I still don't know who that person is.
Now that you mention it, even after our investigation, we still have no idea who that is.
The conductor has come up time and time again during this hearing. However, at this point, their identity remains a mystery. How about it? Do you have any ideas?
I'm not sure at the moment. However, there is someone I have in mind. A certain individual involved with this case who might know something about it. Who's that? Blaze Devaste, I demand your testimony. What? Don't say such a stupid thing. Why would you suspect Pops?
Are you trying to cast suspicion towards the chairman of the PIC?
You bet your ass I am.
Do you understand what that means?
Status and prestige mean nothing before the truth. That man is trying to pin the crime on Kay. The evidence that was in Kay's possession, the ticket stub, the mask, the corsage, these items did not come into her possession out of her own volition. By some method, that man purposely planted them on her personage.
It is hard to believe this such a sudden accusation, but I'll ask just in case. Why would he do that?
Obviously, to direct suspicion towards Kay. I succeeded in drawing out those words from him earlier.
Mr. Chairman, your response?
Are you too shocked to speak?
And what of it? Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said, what of it? You say that you drew out some words for me, but you don't have a shred of proof, you know? Swish! No one else but you heard it. Doesn't work like that, you see? Or do you have something else, you know? Some kind of basis for your argument?
Confidence. I also showed it at the cell. Is this where they go, hey, Edgeworth, did you happen to get a specific little recording tool from Kay? Or or maybe from Emma?
Prosecutor Edgeworth, I would like you to explain once more. I trust we have your permission, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Yeah, but of course. I'm pretty interested in this matter myself, you know? I'd like to know just what part of me seems criminal to Edgeworth. And is no one as honest as I am, you see?
How do you say that with a straight face? Let's start from the top. The fact that the auction was held in this room is cause for suspicion. This is the PIC's meeting room. I imagine it to be difficult for non-members to enter. That's why all the members have key cards, you know. I think you can assume that multiple auctions have been held here before. If we're suspecting a member of the PIC would be... Devaste! No, the best. Yes, but because the conductor had to have been a PIC member. Wait! No! What was that all about? What do I do, Pops? I just helped the enemy!
Sebastian, you really are an idiot, you know? But you see, Edgeworth, not the only one with access, you know? Is he gonna try to throw Courtney under the bus? That would be really good. That would be really good.
Indeed, there are 11 members in the PIC. Even if we rule out the victim, Miss Crane, there are still 10 potential suspects. All of them who are sitting here, looking at me, wondering what's going on.
It's not me!
I don't know who it is, but whoever it is should just come forward.
Yes, everybody calm down. It's fine, you know? Edgeworth, is that all you got? Where's the evidence to suspect me? What are you doing?
I really like the idea of giving him an Italian accent. I don't know why. I just do.
Oh, have you fallen silent? But you've gone too far, you see. I won't forgive you anymore. It's too late for regrets, you know. Too late for apologies. God damn it. Is that not... Alright, hang on. Where is that? I doubt... That is going to be a hard clip to get, but I'm gonna do some research on it. Do I not have... Oh, it's just not in the more recent ones. Pull that one out of our ass somehow. I don't know how, I don't know when, but I will try for it. Bloopity. I'm a very important man, you see. Former chief prosecutor and chairman of the PIC. Swish. It's fine if you're not prepared to face the fire, you know, because, you see... Either way, it won't make any difference. That's a... He's got fucking, He's got Nagito eyes. That's not good. That's not good at all. I saw those eyes. Those are Nagito eyes. Chaos lives in this man's heart. You've been rambling for quite a while about the most trivial details, you know? Like the location of the murder, the order of the head, the wounds. What else was there? It just doesn't matter, you know? Because you see, none of it means anything, you know? Think about it. You got the suspect herself saying she killed the victim. That's all that matters, you see? So they can get a lighter sentence with their confession, you know? Splish. Now then, if there are any contradictions, be my guest.
How can that can be considered a testimony? There must be a contradiction somewhere. That person, he's very important, isn't he? Mr. Edgeworth, it's all right. Let's just give up. Edgeworth is gonna like, blah, and just smack her across the back of the head. Surely I must have killed her. I can't even remember it. Don't be tied down by your muddled memories. You want to believe in something. Believe in your own innocence. Okay. Okay. When did this game come out? It had to have come out after Gurren Lagann. When did the I guess it's more important, when did the translation for this game come out? But Edgeworth is over. Well, actually, you know what? No, we already know Edgeworth's a weeb. This man does not miss an episode of Jammin' Ninja. He's a weeb. Absolutely. My opponent is the PIC chairman. Taking him down won't be easy. However, what in the hot fuck was that noise? That sounded like a giant fucking bird just made a noise outside my room. Did I say Jammin' Ninja? Well, I misattributed his weeb card to something. Should have been Steel Samurai. If I said Jammin' Ninja, I misspoke. Son of a bitch. He has underestimated me. If I can take advantage of that. So we gotta find something that he knows about this case that he shouldn't know. If these trivial details create contradictions in the case, we cannot call it the truth.
It's fine, as long as the rest of the case makes sense, you know? Every case is gonna have a small contradiction or two, you see? But if we get bogged down by the details, we won't be able to arrest the criminal. Trials would go on forever, you see? You of all people should understand that, you know? If you feel on the brain, I wanna fucking play it, but I can't, because I can't
find a fucking PS5. Also, I don't even know if I want a PS5 at this point right now. I don't know what's on it that I would care about. I mean, I have some games that if I had a PS5, I would play them on the upgraded version. Like, I had God of War over there. I'd love to play God of War on the new PS5. But I don't have it. Can't get one. Been trying. Like, PS5, PlayStation usually ends up having, over the course of a console generation, usually has a handful of console exclusives that I want to play, which sucks because they never come anywhere else. That has been changing. And has been sort of I'm trying to think of the right words to say this. it's becoming not the case as much. What has been the way things have been going with PlayStation is if you want to play them immediately on launch, you have to have a PlayStation 5 or a PlayStation of whatever the current generation is. If you can wait like a year or two, then they're gonna come to PC in some form and you'll be fine. Like I wanted to play Control, but Control's on PC. Now here's the thing, with PlayStation 5, it's probably going to be harder to get away with doing that. Because of the way the PlayStation is architectured, you have to put things on an SSD if you want to have the same access. Anybody that's developing a game for PlayStation 5 that wants to try to port it to PC is going to have a hell of a time doing it because it's going to have higher system requirements. Now, admittedly, I have an SSD, a good one for my video games, so I could do it. It's just, I don't know how often a game that is designed on a PlayStation 5 to run on their SSD system, if you put it on a regular hard drive or even a slower SSD, how it's going to affect things. Do you get like pauses and stuttering or something like that? But we don't know because like basically none of the exclusives are over there. Xbox has shifted their focus. Xbox is no longer about the Xbox. It is about the Xbox Game Pass. The Xbox is a console, as a console, is the one-stop shop to just, you want the Xbox Game Pass, and you don't have a PC to run all these games, buy an Xbox One, hook it up to your TV, you're sorted. That's it. Their marketing focus is more on showing you how many things you can get on Xbox Game Pass and that you should have Xbox Game Pass. It's the best deal in games right now. Like legit, it's the best deal in games. If you play through one game a month of these big titles that are coming out on Xbox Game Pass, it pays for itself in like 2 months. It's insane. But that's like their focus. Sure, they want to move consoles and they want people to be buying games on the console, but if I can get you into Xbox Game Pass, it's just as good. It doesn't matter how you're in the system, and that's the idea. I think like right now I want to play Xbox doesn't have anything that Xbox has literally no game on it that I want to play that isn't already also on PC, so it's already losing that race. PlayStation has a few. I would love to play Returnal. I would love to play Final Fantasy VII Intergrade, but a 7 to 10 hour experience is not worth buying a PS5. I will make that note clear. I would probably enjoy Ratchet & Clank, even though I've never played any of the Ratchet & Clank games. I'd probably still enjoy it. And I don't know what else at the moment to say. I'd probably replay through Demon Souls, but it's not a high priority. So like, I don't know what Sony has that I care about, because right now it's basically nothing. Like it's only like maybe 2.5 games. That's not enough for a console. That's not enough for me to buy a console yet. This is exactly the opposite that I had for buying the Nintendo Switch. I knew there would be games that are on the Switch you can't get anywhere else. And there's been like a giant handful of them. So I've gotten my value, not to mention the fact that the Switch is significant, A, easier to get a hold of, and B, a lot cheaper than a PS5. Oh, interesting. Yeah, it's definitely one of those like, I will probably eventually have a PlayStation 5. I know that. I know how I am. Is it going to be anytime soon? Fuck no. It's probably going to be in like a year or two before I'm like, I really want it. What I'm hoping. See, it's a weird mind game because I feel like if Squeenix releases Final Fantasy VII, a Final Fantasy VII remake at any point on PC, I feel like they tank their sales on the PlayStation 5 because everybody knows I can just wait. Versus right now, if they give no indication that it's ever coming off PlayStation 5, which they already fucked that up a couple times. Because we've seen records with them on it saying it's also coming to on PC. I know it was. That's the thing. I know it was. I didn't have it on PC. I had it on PlayStation. I shouldn't say I had it. I say I have it on PS1 because I still have my copy. Also, here's the other thing. You know what's gonna happen? Unless there's a drastic change, Persona 6 is gonna be on PlayStation 5. Now, I will say this. There is the possibility that Persona 5 comes out on PC and has a big resurgence. Has a big volume thing. And Atlas goes, wait, if we just put it on PC, we can probably get significantly more sales than we can get if we just did it on PS5. I mean, do we know sales numbers for Strikers? Because now I'm thinking about this. Do we know the sales figures? So we only know that it was it was sold over 1.3 million copies. We don't know the breakdown. I don't know if there's anywhere for us to even see. I don't know if there's any way for us to see like how the sales did. We'd probably have to look at like Steam Spy or something. So it sold somewhere between 100K and 200K on Steam is what it looks like. Yeah, I think that's like one of the things Atlas has to figure out, especially because Persona 4 Golden had some bugs that some people were ran into. And it basically broke their save, their experience. They can't finish the game. I don't know how many bugs there were because I never looked into it. I've only heard about like a handful. But like for me, I bought Strikers on Steam and I think we had one crash. Oh, see, I hadn't dealt with Catherine on PC yet. I don't know how that works. I apparently dodged a bullet. But like I got it on PC because I'm like, I want them to bring more games. I want Atlas to bring more of their games to PC. Unity Hub for strikers. Don't warn me about that. Discussions. Don't warn me again, you fuckbag. Your bugs. A lot of people seem to be saying that switching modes caused issues for them, like switching resolutions. I mean, that bug page is just a lot. There's a sizable number of them. I apparently got the black screen bug at one point. I remember that, but I don't remember ever having anything other than that, and only ever having it once. And I think I got lucky that I didn't lose a lot of progress off of it. You get Bloodborne, Crash Insane Trilogy, Dad of Boy, and The Last Guardian. Wow. There's got a lot of shit in it. All right. Let's see what we're doing here. I don't. That's why I'm asking you.
They're folks these days. Anyways, you were rambling on about stuff and things and other things.
The autopsy report and the questions about the conductor. Were you even listening?
Talk is cheap, you know. I was listening, you see, but I didn't think much of it, you know.
You didn't think much of it? Even after I brought up all those issues? I think your judgment needs to be questioned rather than my ability as a prosecutor.
That's a good one, Edgeworth. But you see,
yeah, I don't know who's making their PC ports. Like, I want them to do more PC ports, but I also want their PC ports to be better. Because again, I would hate to have one of my friends, like, say sometime in the future, I would hate for someone who is playing through Persona 5 for the very first time and is enjoying that experience and then hits a game crashing bug 70 hours in that is unrecoverable. I'd feel fucking horrible. It wouldn't even be something that happened to me. So I'm hoping whoever they're doing to get these ports fixes their shit. It does seem like there was at least some amount of like support early on, but that seems to have dried up since the last time, since Strikers actually came out. How can you say that it doesn't matter? Are you trying to suppress the truth?
well, you see, it doesn't simply matter as much as you say it does, you know? You see, Edgeworth, you're only saying it matters to avoid the real issues here.
That's such a weird decision. I mean, I guess Royal Edition had been out way before this, but why not include Royal in there if you're gonna do that? Royal is an easier Persona game, if only because, I mean, and okay, so I am probably the worst judgment on this because I played Royal before and knew what I was doing. I knew basically what all the tricks were. And I also know how to play Persona games very well. So it's like, for somebody who's new, I'd still tell them, go play Royal first. may be that she confessed. It may be true that she confessed. It doesn't make it the truth. She's suffering from memory loss, so we must question the credibility of her testimony.
Objection.
Jesus fucking Christ! What a smoker voice.
Even if you say that, you know it won't solve anything. What good will it do to deny her confession? Sounds like nonsense to me. Wanna try asking her again? Think she'll just say that she's the murderer again, you know?
Okay, well, let's try asking her again, one last time. I'd like to hear from Kay herself, whether or not she is the culprit.
Huh? Wait, for me?
That'd be alright. If this goes poorly, it will be quite unfavorable for you.
I don't mind. However, I shall ask Kay the question myself.
I'm moved to tears, you know? It's how touching, you know? It's very touching.
Splish.
Fine then, I'll let you ask her. However, I have one condition. If all this proves to be a waste of time, and that will be the end of it. How's that sound?
The end of the hearing?
Yes, yes. It seems you can be smart once in a while, Sebastian, you little dumb motherfucker. In other words, you see if she confesses again, Kay Faraday will be found beyond a shadow of a doubt guilty. Yep. Sounds like a fine idea.
Guilty, in a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah, that's right.
That's harsh, but either way, if I do nothing, she'll be declared guilty. Kay.
Yes?
I know what I'm asking you is unreasonable, but please, I want you to answer me. It doesn't matter how tiny it is. Do you remember anything? Anything that would prove your innocence?
Why? Why would you go that far for me? I can't do it. I'm sorry. I'm too scared to remember. Because I might have done something even worse. If that were the case, it only makes things worse for you, Mr. Edgeworth. Kay Faraday must have been a despicable criminal. Someone who betrays your trust.
Well, don't worry about that. We've only known each other for a short while, but I know you very well. I'd even say I know you better than yourself, unless you've lost your memories. You cannot possibly be the culprit because your true identity is
Take that.
the great thief Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu is a noble thief who would never stoop to murder.
No, it's useless. After all, no matter what, that memory still remains. The image that's stuck in my head, I just can't get rid of it. That means I must have...
Hold it.
There's no clear evidence to prove that you're the culprit, besides your own confession. Remember what I said? You must believe in yourself? Or perhaps you cannot trust my words?
No, that's not it. It's because you are trying to save someone like me. You've already lost so much, all for my sake. I can't bear it anymore. Please, just give it up.
Oh, I see now. I thought it was strange. The reason you were acting like you wanted to be found guilty was because you were concerned about me. Well, that's just like you, Kay.
It's because you're a good person, Mr. Edgeworth.
Unfortunately, I may fall short of your expectations. I'm not trying to be a good person. No matter how much you may want me to give up, I'll keep trying to save you. That's the nature of who I am. Whether or not it's a burden on you is none of my concern. Kay, believe in yourself once more. You are a noble great thief. What you should be doubting is your memory of committing the murder. That is my wish above all else. Please. Kay,
What is it? Do you remember something?
If you remember something now, it'll be like a bad movie.
Bull.
What? Huh?
Bull?
Prosecutor Edgeworth, please ask her to clarify.
Okay. What do you mean by bull?
I remember now. The person in the red raincoat had that with her. The stuffed bull doll, I'm certain of it.
That's big.
Is that true, defendant?
Yes, Your Honor.
The court hereby accepts the defendant's statement as a new piece of testimony.
Objection.
Quit messing around, Courtney. A testimony like that cannot be accepted, you know?
Your objection has been noted, sir. However, testimony about the victim's belongings.
Has been lacking up until now.
Objection.
Jesus Christ, this man needs to quit smoking 7 packs a day.
Hey, nevertheless, you know, her vague memories can't be trusted, you know?
Her memories are vague. And that would be bad for us as well. Didn't you say this earlier yourself, Mr. Chairman? Since we have the suspect's confession, we don't need to worry about the trivial details? If we decide to doubt her memories, then we must also doubt her confession, which is the main foundation of our case. Are you willing to do that, sir?
Speech.
Ah, you're right. Never mind that. We should leave it up to you.
Thank you very much.
We did something. Touch and go there for a while there. However, those words of Judge Courtney's just now. Who the fuck is this Judge Courtney, and what have you done with the real one? As if she feels like she's on our side. That's impossible. The fucking bull doll.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, do you know anything about this stuffed animal?
The stuffed animal Kay spoke of must have been this. We found it in the storeroom. It's believed to be one of the items up for auction.
This is.
Do you know something about it, Justine?
No, it's just a bit different from what I imagined.
Indeed. It's really not what I would have expected the victim to be carrying. Let's examine every suspicious looking nook and cranny. Alright. Boop! What's this? Oh god. You ever just have a bad taste in your mouth? Ah.
The left horn is missing.
Huh? There's a hole in the stuffed animal. Seems this hole is where the horn is inserted into.
I guess its head isn't stuffed with cotton. I wonder what's inside.
Perhaps I should examine the other side. The right horn seems to be fine, but the entire balance feels a bit off.
This horn. It looks like you can move it.
Wait, what? What the fuck?
What was that buzzing sound?
Seems like this toy is equipped with a recording device. Ooh.
And the...
I knew who you were right away. You can't hide that burn from me. Silas, huh? I've been waiting for my chance to get revenge all this time.
Is this the moment of the murder?
Who could have recorded something like this?
What the fuck?
This is. There ain't no doubt about it. This is what I heard.
Cannot verify when these voices were recorded. It's also possible they aren't related to the case at all. Well, we had some video as well.
The lady literally has a burn on her hand.
That's hogwash. I'm telling y'all, that right there is the conversation I heard. The victim's holding on to it, right? I reckon it must have been recorded when she got attacked.
It's certainly a possibility. However, your testimony alone is insufficient. I require something with a little more credibility.
Again, it almost sounds like she's trying to help us. But that doesn't make any sense. She would never try to help us. Judge Courtney, there's no mistake from those that those voices were from the incident. Please recall the audio that was recorded by the stuffed animal. I knew who you were right away. You can't hide that burn from me. If we compare this part of the recording with a certain piece of evidence, I think we can prove it. Should be the autopsy report, correct? Burn mark on the victim's hand. Got him.
The autopsy report? Exactly what part of the autopsy report shows that? I have to point on the autopsy report? The words where it says, burn mark? Really? You better be generous with that accuracy, motherfucker. Thank you.
I remember clearly what that voice said. You can't hide that burn from me. On the victim's hand, there was a burn mark.
Indeed. It just happened to match up, you see, but what of it?
According to Kay's testimony, the victim had been holding the stuffed animal, and it just happened to record a characteristic of the victim, namely, the burn.
That's just a coincidence. I mean, it could have happened. It could happen, right?
I do not think so. It's hard to believe that all of this is simply a coincidence. The voices on the stuffed animal most likely recorded during the incident.
One of these voices must belong to the true culprit. From what we've heard, it must have been the one who was doing most of the talking.
What's the point? What's the point? In the end, we can't identify their gender or their identity, you know?
Indeed. Because they've been using voice changers, it can't be helped. Oh.
I hadn't even considered the fact that he was wearing a voice changer.
See, the situation becomes quite clear. The conversation Miss Hart overheard between the culprit and Miss Crane.
Well, that's what I've been telling y'all from the start.
And with this, we understand a new fact.
Please enlighten us then. I trust you have no objections, Mr. Chairman.
Do what you want.
According to Miss Hart's testimony just before the incident, two people came up from the auction hall using the lift. It must have been the conductor and one of the auction guests. They probably went there to settle the payment after a winning bid. And then, it was the crime they carried out. The auction continued after the crime took place, it led to a single truth. This is the new fact we've arrived at. Since the conductor was the only one who could keep the auction going, we can conclude that the deceased victim could not have been the conductor.
Justine? What does that mean?
Please be quiet here, okay?
If the conductor was not the victim, then they must have been the culprit.
Please wait. That alone is insufficient.
Oh, of course. Even I do not intend to rely upon the process of elimination. Certain traces left at the crime scene led me to believe that the culprit is the conductor.
Well then, please show it to us.
What were the traces left at the crime scene that led me to deduce the culprit was the conductor?
Take that!
It's not that? It's not that. Well, what? Huh? Oh, duh. If it was, he wouldn't be able to see the hands if it was the conductor.
Take that!
Okay, I'm about to lose my mind. I'm taking a safety save. Am I not I know I'm not thinking about this right because I haven't got the answer yet, but what? What were the traces left at the crime scene that led me to deduce that the culprit is the conductor? Is it literally just that the art? No, but that's not traces, though. What? What? Letter. I had that same thought just now, but I was like, no, maybe we're about to rely on a save because like I would have immediately been like, ah, yes, the victim is inside the treasure chest, but that's apparently not it. What else was left at the crime? Like, no, like I mean, we're gonna rely on that save I just made. The candelabra? No, it's not that. All right. Well, we're not even going to see the save state, the fail state, because I don't feel like seeing that. What in the fuck? What were the traces that were left at the crime scene that led me to deduce that the culprit is the conductor? It's not their clothes because we can't prove that.
Take that!
Ah, okay. The culprit purposely left a large amount of blood in the meeting room. In doing so, we were led to believe the meeting room had been the scene of the actual crime. It was a ruse set by the true culprit, to hide the blood that had fallen from the storeroom.
So we wouldn't find out about the existence of the black market auction, correct?
Indeed. If the culprit had been unrelated to the auction, there would have been no need to do such a thing. Ergo, the culprit could have only been the conductor.
Well then, do you have any idea who the conductor might possibly be?
The auction hall is the PIC meeting room, and furthermore, there's a storeroom above it. The conductor must have been, at very least, a member of the PIC.
So, in other words, you suspect me, I take it.
Oh, isn't it natural to suspect you, the one with the most authority in the PIC?
Objection.
Jesus fucking Christ. Every time, I swear to God, I'm going to tell you to stop smoking.
I didn't hear what you said. But you know, I said before, you're far too naive. You have nothing, you know. There's no evidence that proves that I'm the culprit, you see? If, by some chance, you do have evidence, then why don't you present it?
I think the right answer is I don't have it. Because we're being truthful, we don't have it. Blaze himself has suggested that he is the criminal. He's been showing that strange self-confidence for a while now. He knows there's not a single piece of evidence left behind to incriminate him.
You play with fire, you're gonna get burned, Edgeworth. Just kidding. Just wanted to say that, you know, it's kind of cool. Swish. Well then, Courtney.
I reckon I just remembered something too. What? You lost your memories? No, it ain't like that. Just something popped in my head right now.
Very well, please tell me.
Objection.
Courtney, could you tell me what you're doing?
Prosecutor Edgeworth will not give up until we have destroyed every last possibility. I'm destroying every last possibility, so that he will never oppose us again.
Oh. I like that idea, actually.
Justine, I don't really know what's going on anymore, but you know what? Well said. Pops, I'm gonna help too, after all. He's the one who's wrong.
Fine, then. Let's see what he has to say.
Well then, Miss Hart, please proceed.
Sure thing, just leave it to me.
Please, just make sure you only tell the truth. I swear to God, I don't want to have to deal with this again from you.
Ain't that a matter of course? I'm a bona fide journalist of justice, you know.
I feel uneasy right now.
Y'all saying the culprit was the conductor, right? That means the victim was a customer. Now, here's where it gets a mite strange. You see, there were 11 people at the auction. When the auction continued after the incident, I went straight over and snuck a peek down below.
You don't mean...
That's exactly what I mean. All 11 people were still there, present and accounted for. What? What? That's bad for us. That's really bad for us.
Are you sure about that?
Sure, I'm sure. Saw it with my own 2 eyes. So it started with 11 people, and there were still 11 people after the murder. Oh God, was it a ghost?
You know, Sebastian, normally a prosecutor would call that a contradiction, you know.
Are there really no changes at the auction at all?
Really, I'm telling y'all, the auction just went off like normal. But there was one itty bitty little thing, you know?
What was that?
You know those hammers y'all always see at an auction? Like the one that lady over there is using?
An auction gavel, perhaps?
Yep, that's the one. All of a sudden, I couldn't hear the sound no more. I've been banging away just prior to it.
The sound of the gavel? That had anything to do with the case? She couldn't hear the sound of the gavel anymore?
If Miss Hart's testimony is true, this matter has taken a grave turn. If the victim was neither the conductor nor a customer, then what the fuck was she doing there? The very foundation of Prosecutor Edgeworth's reasoning would collapse.
Justice prevails, as they say. I hope you learned your lesson, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth? Is there really nothing we can do? It's not over yet. Still some mysteries remain. I think. If I don't, then Kay will be...
Did you get the answer you wanted this time? Well then, a deal's a deal.
Please wait, Mr. Chairman. I believe it's still too early to make a judgment.
What the fuck is going on with her? I still don't... I do not get what her shtick is.
There's still a few mysteries left in this case. Until we have solved them all, we cannot call this a complete victory.
That sounds like a fucking Von Karma talking. What in the world happened to you?
Isn't that right, Prosecutor Edgeworth?
Lady, how many times am I going to have to tell you this? I'm not a prosecutor anymore. Stop calling me that.
I was expecting you to shout. Hold it, or something like you always do.
Yes, of course. Once again, Judge Courtney has come to my aid.
Well then, what of it? What is it? What sort of mysteries are left?
Well, of course. There's a contradiction in the autopsy report.
That kind of thing.
I've brought her in. Oh God, fucking Granny's kicking in. This is never good for us.
What's wrong? Why were we called here all of a sudden? Did someone suddenly get sick? I'll begin preparing a compress instead, along with some injections. I love needles. Ow. What'd you call me here for? Did something happen?
Dr. Young, Miss Jensen, you have my gratitude for taking the trouble to come here. This won't take long, so please relax.
Tell me what blazes is going on.
Oh, I imagine the photo mode and that's really good.
Of course. We called you here because something came up.
Judge Courtney, what are you fucking planning? I do not understand what you're doing.
Bonnie Young, under the divine rule of law, please answer truthfully. There were no mistakes in your autopsy report, correct?
Granny would never make a mistake.
Oh, that's certainly strange.
Huh? What's strange?
Now, this court has found an error in Dr. Young's autopsy report. Dr. Young, please tell the truth. Did you falsify the autopsy report?
That's terrible. How can you accuse her of that? I got no idea what you're talking about. Why would I do such a thing in the first place?
To protect the true culprit, of course.
Was she at the fucking auction?
What you talking about? I would never do such a thing. Excuse me?
How strange. In that case, why would there be an error in the autopsy report, I wonder? Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think?
I think I'm not a prosecutor, and I'm getting annoyed that you're calling me a prosecutor, because I'm not a prosecutor anymore.
Oh, I expected you to press it into her statement like you normally do.
Why is she taking control of the situation and trying to help me? I don't know what her goal is. But I must play along, I guess. If the autopsy report you gave to Sebastian had been authentic, then the error should not have been there. Wait a minute, I didn't do anything! That's what we will figure out from this point on. Firstly, Dr. Young, I'd like to hear your testimony. And I think that is where we're going to have to save it until tomorrow. Because I ran a little bit late because I started a little bit late. So I figure it's the best way to do it. Also, my throat's starting to get a little irritated, so I'm just going to bow out and take a shot for it and take it easy for the night. Thank you all for being here. This case got real wild real fast. Like, holy hell. I'm I don't know what the fuck is happening. I don't know how, this case has gotten wild enough that I forgot we were calling Dr. Young. That is a lot of stuff on that. Oh Lord, holy fuck. Oh, so you, oh my God. Yeah, that's gonna, okay. That's gonna lead to a lot of shit. I can already tell. And stickers. Oh boy. I have no idea where this case is going. I have no idea what's about to happen. We'll figure it out tomorrow. All right. Thank y'all for being here. You guys have all been awesome. If you're new here, hit that follow button down by my name. Hit the bell too. The way you know when I'm live, you can come back, hang out. Like I said, tomorrow we will be live. We will be continuing this. I do not know what my weekend schedule is going to look like. I don't know if I have a Saturday thing going on, but I might need that Saturday evening thing for something else. I don't think I have anything going on Sunday evening, so I might try to throw in an extra Ace Attorney stream on Sunday. And we'll kind of go from there. 250 fucking stickers. What the fuck? God damn. I put a lot of shit in this game. My God. I mean, I know friends that would go nuts with that, but I'm just like, well, that's cool. I probably wouldn't even touch it. Unless there's like some really stupid thing that I'm like, yes, I want to photograph that. But yeah. I think I'm going to go relax for the end of the night. Hey, listen, we can get good meme shit out of this. I'll be happy. Yeah, I'm gonna go relax for the end of the night, get ready to go to bed. I have to get up in the morning for a morning meeting, so I'm gonna head out for the night. But before I do, I need one kindness from each and every one of you. Wish you have a good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, good day, whatever it has to be, wherever you are at. I'll see y'all tomorrow for more Ace Attorney Investigations 2. We have to listen to this. Apparently, we're bringing the doctor in, and she's involved. That's fucked. The fucking updated autopsy report is going to save us. All right. Later.